Chapter 856. When Andre emerged from the dirty sewers, the sun had risen, bringing light and warmth to the island. Even though the energy wall separating the entire city had yet to disappear, many residents still cautiously walked out of their homes and looked in the direction of the upper city and the fortress. They weren't fools. Last night, there had been the deafening sound of cannons and the deafening battle cries. There had to have been an intense battle. In particular, the small guilds that Jesperat had gathered in the lower city were especially concerned about the changes in the situation. They had all sent people out to find out what was going on. After all, the allied noble army had set up camp and started to reorganize after taking over the castle. They didn't announce their arrival with great fanfare, nor did they raise any symbolic flags. Only the collapsed city gates and the corpses of the rat men littered the streets of the upper city told of how frightening the night had been. Perhaps because he had been too excited after his conversation with Orlando, Andre wasn't very tired, despite not sleeping for an entire night. He strolled alone on the empty path, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his body. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack the underground guilds in the upper city. He knew that even though the soldiers of the allied noble army were well-trained and could obtain victory even if they immediately launched a fierce assault on the remaining enemies after taking over the castle, the result of doing so would be heavy losses for themselves. The gains didn't make up for the losses. It was important to note that clearing out the enemy forces in the city was only the first step of the final plan. Next, eliminating the pirate King Francis was the most important. Just as Andre was considering how to set up a massive pocket formation based on the limited terrain and sea of Valen Island's harbor, he suddenly discovered a beautiful figure blocking his path forward. She was none other than the charming witch, Maris. This ambitious woman wore a crimson V-neck dress today, revealing a large patch of her snow-white and plump skin. She had a charming smile on her face. There were 6 strong bodyguards behind her. It was obvious that they had been waiting here for a long time. "Is there something you need from me?" Andre stopped in his tracks and asked with great interest. "Of course. I wonder if a busy person like you could spare some time to have breakfast with me. I have a lot of questions that need answers, and at the same time, I have something to tell you." As she spoke, Maurice took 2 steps forward as if there was no one around. She bent her knees and performed a standard salute. The bottomless cleavage on her chest instantly made several men around her gulp. She didn't know if it was because of the increase in power in her hands or because she had been nourished by too many men, but her entire body began to exude the charm of a mature woman. Even if many men could tell at a glance that she was definitely a slut, they still couldn't suppress their primitive urges. But it was a pity that Andre wasn't among them. He raised his head and glanced at the position of the sun. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly nodded. "No problem. I can spare half an hour, but after half an hour, you and your men must be ready for battle because the final plan is about to enter the countdown." "Ha ha. As you wish. Please follow me." Maurice couldn't wait to grab Andre's arm and quickly walked to her nest. As she walked, she cautiously observed her surroundings. Whenever she encountered a suspicious target, she would immediately let the bodyguards by her side check it out. That nervous and uneasy look made it seem as if she was hiding from being hunted. Although Andre wanted to ask the reason several times, he held back in the end. He planned to wait until they reached a place where there was no one around. After all, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any enemy spies on the streets. Especially at this critical moment, safety was the most important. 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Thousand Sails Inn. This place was supposed to be filled with drunkards, brokers, sailors, and prostitutes. However, due to the turbulent situation, there was not even a single guest at the moment. There was only a group of fierce-looking fellows sitting in the hall. They were either sipping from cups of cheap ale or whispering to each other. Every one of them had a weapon within their reach. Seeing Maurice walk in from the door, they hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Boss, 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 how is it outside? When are we going to join the battle? That's right. I'm about to fall sick from being cooped up here all day. In an instant, countless people came up to ask questions or complain. The originally quiet hall instantly became lively. However, Maurice clearly didn't have time to answer them one by one. She slammed the table and yelled, "Shut up! All of you, behave yourselves. I'm going to discuss something with an important guest. All of you, be quiet. In at most half an hour, we might start a full-scale war with the Underground Guild. Be prepared." As soon as she finished speaking, a half-beast man about 2 meters tall, with 2 sharp fangs on his face, stood up and roared excitedly, "Ha ha! The war has begun. The war is finally going to begin. Long live!" Following the unique roar from the orc's throat, the muscles all over his body bulged rapidly. He immediately crushed the wooden wine cup in his hand. Infected by the fanatical atmosphere, the rest of the people stood up and cheered. They were like a group of bloodthirsty thugs, looking forward to using their weapons to tear open the throats of their enemies and use their blood to pave the way for the future. Maurice seemed to be a little proud of the manic behavior of her subordinates. She turned her head slightly and asked Andre behind her, "How are my people? Aren't they very valiant?" "Hee, how do you want me to evaluate them?" Andre shrugged helplessly and asked in return, "Just tell the truth." Maurice acted as if she didn't see his troubled expression and put on an expression that said, "Come and praise me." After all, she had only taken over this territory for about a month, but she had already gathered more than 30 experts. Many of them were professionals, especially that orc warrior just now. He was at least level 4 and above. In terms of ability, he could be described as outstanding. But unfortunately, Andre's next sentence made her tremble in anger. "Although I'm very sorry, my evaluation of your subordinates is that they are a motley crew. They may be able to gain the upper hand in a one-on-one battle or in a small team, but in a real war with more than 100 people, their role is very limited. About 100 or 200 professional soldiers can slaughter them." Chapter 8:57. Are my people that weak? Maurice obviously couldn't accept such an evaluation, so she asked in a low voice. Andre asked back with a playful smile, "What? You're not convinced?" "Of course. My men are all elites. How can they not be compared to a group of soldiers who don't even have a profession level?" Although Maurice still managed to maintain a smile on her face when she said this, her eyes were full of anger. "Elites? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I can't help it. Don't tell me you still haven't figured out the difference between an army and a gang?" Andre stared at her with a playful look. He knew he shouldn't laugh because most people in this world didn't understand the difference between the two. Even in many backward areas, there was no difference between an army and a gang. But when he saw the disorderly mob in front of him, and when Maurice mentioned the word elites, he couldn't help it. If they could be called elite, then the Noble Alliance army would be equivalent to the Spartans, while the Knights of the Canteru Kingdom would be equivalent to the superheroes in movies, and the mages would be equivalent to the high and mighty gods. Andre dared to bet that even if the militia of Lonely Mountain Town was organized, they could easily wipe out this mob of so-called elites. To some extent, this land full of swords and magic was no different from the cold weapons era on Earth. Usually, the colder the area, the better the quality of the soldiers, and the easier it was for a military power to emerge. As for the warm South, there might be a small number of elite troops, but overall they were far from the terrifying strength of the North, where everyone was a soldier. They could only rely on numbers, equipment, and magic to make up for it. Maurice obviously didn't understand what an army was. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "Of course I know the difference. The army has more people than us. Their equipment is better than ours. Besides that, is there any other difference?" Andre smiled and waved his hand, explaining, "No, no, no. The biggest difference between an army and a gang is never the number, but the steel-like discipline and the absolute obedience to orders. Don't think that those ordinary soldiers look easy to kill, but when they form a phalanx, they instantly become the most terrifying killing machines. Under the command of the commander, they could ignore the injuries and deaths of their comrades around them. Through squeezing, cutting, encircling, and other tactics, they could slowly wipe out this group of idiots who did not have any military knowledge. At that time, no matter how outstanding their individual abilities were, they would not be able to change the fate of their defeat. Of course, you might not believe what I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before you see for yourself how terrifying a real army is. Then I'll wait and see." Maurice was obviously very angry. She did not want to continue this topic and went straight to the room on the second floor. She knew that with her limited knowledge, it would be impossible for her to win against a knowledgeable mage. Andre shrugged nonchalantly and followed closely behind her. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a room that had been meticulously decorated. On the long table in the middle of the room was a sumptuous spread of food. There were fresh fish, crabs, prawns, and scallops that had just been caught from the sea. There was also golden bread and fried eggs that had just been roasted. In the middle of the room, there was also a whole lamb that had been smeared with a large amount of spices, constantly emitting an enticing aroma. Andre, who had not eaten anything for the entire night, lightly sniffed the aroma in the air and asked in surprise, "This is the breakfast you were talking about." "That's right. I specially prepared it for you. Are you satisfied?" As Marie spoke, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Soon, two chefs came out of the kitchen and waved sharp kitchen knives. They cut the roasted meat from the whole lamb into slices and carefully smeared the secret sauce on it. "Satisfied? Extremely satisfied. You have to know that I was busy the entire night and needed to eat something nutritious." Saying this, Andre unceremoniously sat at the main seat and picked up a fork to taste a small piece of lamb. The roasted meat is very tender. The taste of salt and pepper is just right." Maurice was obviously not in the mood to eat. She directly sat on the chair opposite him and said with a serious expression, "Don't just focus on eating. Tell me what happened last night." Andre swallowed the roasted lamb in his mouth and looked at her with a playful gaze. After a full minute, he asked, "With your intelligence and wisdom, do you still need to ask such a question? Even if you didn't guess it, what about the spies under your command? Did they not tell you what happened last night?" "Damn it. Of course I guessed what happened last night. I just wanted to confirm it." Maurice angrily slammed the table and shouted. She wasn't as ladylike as she pretended to be on the surface to begin with. She could even take out a knife and cut someone when she was angry. Add to that the fact that she had been teased time and time again, she finally couldn't help but reveal the fiercest side of her personality. "All right, I can tell you that I cleaned up the rat men in the upper city last night, as well as the pirates in the castle. Now, only the underground guilds are left in Valen City, but they are barely hanging on. I will eliminate this last enemy before noon." Andre had no intention of hiding anything, even going as far as to tell her the follow-up plan. In his opinion, compared to the pirates and rat men that were easy to distinguish and identify, the underground guilds were like stubborn eczema that had grown on the skin and needed to be disintegrated from the inside. If he couldn't obtain a list of the upper echelons, it was basically impossible to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. And the person who could provide the list was sitting right in front of him. Hearing this news, Maurice immediately stood up in excitement and asked with hurried breathing, This means you are about to become the supreme ruler of this archipelago. Supreme ruler? Why would you think of using this term? Andre didn't directly answer the question and continued eating his fried egg without raising his head. Isn't that so? All the guilds in the lower city are now under your control. Once the underground guilds fall, you will be the king of the Sardinia Islands. Maurice's mental state was extremely excited at the moment, her eyes shooting out a terrifying light. After all, if Andre's plan succeeded, then she would undoubtedly become one of the direct beneficiaries. She would be able to obtain great power and status, and would no longer have to live such a life of fear. Chapter 858. Ha ha ha! King of the Sardinia Islands? My dear Maris, have you heard too many bard stories? Andre laughed heartily as he put down his fork and wiped the grease at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. In his eyes, even though the Sardinia Islands weren't small, they only had a population of less than 100,000. This included the slaves, who didn't have any personal freedom. It couldn't even compare to a town on Earth that had a slightly higher population density. He wanted to proclaim himself a king with such strength. This was simply hilarious. Let alone the Sardinia Islands, Andre wouldn't do something so shameful even if he had to take over 100,000 people in Lincoln City and the surrounding areas. In his eyes, a king had to rule over at least a fixed population of 1 or 2 million, and this was taking into account that the continent was still vast and sparsely populated. Otherwise, he would have added another 0 to this number. In fact, the Cantero Kingdom in the north, which had a relatively low grain production, had a population of at least 3 million. More than 70% of them were serfs and tenants attached to the nobles, while the remaining 30% were free citizens, nobles, merchants, and professionals. However, the northern county that lonely mountain town belonged to was the most remote, poorest, backward, and sparsely populated county in the kingdom. Even though it occupied nearly a third of the territory, its population was less than 200,000. Even the wild beasts and monsters in the wild were several times that number, not to mention the countless orcs in the frozen wastelands. Most importantly, as a mage, Andre didn't like to expose himself to everyone's gazes. He preferred to control everything from behind the scenes, just like the legendary Lich. Through a huge information network, he made countless forces unknowingly submit to him. Maris clearly noticed the disdainful look that flashed past, and immediately asked with a frown, "Don't tell me you don't plan on ruling Valen City?" "No, of course not. It's just that I won't be ruling by myself, but by a trade alliance. Dictatorship isn't the choice of smart people. Not only do they have to be constantly vigilant against threats everywhere, they also have to spend a lot of energy dealing with government affairs. The slightest mistake will lead to a tragic death. Even if they obtain the enviable authority, they will also lose their freedom and the right to enjoy life. I'm not that stupid. I'm not going to give up on being a mage with a better future and be bound by some boring things. But don't worry. The promise from back then is still valid. After all, in the trade alliance, I still have absolute authority. It won't be a problem to arrange a position for you. As for how high the position will be, it will depend on how useful you are in eradicating the underground guilds. After all, the greater the effort, the greater the return. Isn't that right? In order to let this uneducated woman understand the future path of the Sardinia, Andre patiently gave a detailed explanation. At the same time, he hinted that it would be best if she didn't have any bad ideas. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind getting rid of a few unstable factors after dealing with all the enemies. Maurice was a smart person. It only took her a few minutes to figure out her situation. She immediately nodded without hesitation. Of course, the greater the effort, the greater the reward. I promise that when we take action, I will provide you with a list that will satisfy you. Also, you mentioned an alliance just now. Can you tell me who is included in this alliance? Andre stared at the ambitious woman sitting opposite him with a playful expression. He sneered and teased. What? Do you want to join too? Am I not qualified? Maurice asked, thinking that she was smart enough to do so. There was no doubt that her ambition was expanding, and she didn't know her own limits. She actually wanted to tear off a piece of meat that didn't belong to her from the mouths of a group of crocodiles. I'm sorry. Although it's a little hurtful to say this, I still have to tell you clearly that you are far from qualified to be my ally. Remember, control your greed. Don't touch those things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that no one will treat you as a target that must be eliminated. Andre didn't hold back at all, and directly gave a clear warning. He dared to bet with his head that if this woman dared to extend her hand into the alliance, whether it was the noble alliance led by Old George or those daring smugglers, they would immediately launch a strong counterattack, or even kill her to silence her. In front of huge benefits, not to mention a small gang leader with no background. Even if the other party was a powerful merchant or noble, they would still kill her. Maurice's expression changed greatly. She clenched her fists and asked sternly, "Are you threatening me?" Andre sighed slightly and put down the fork in his hand. He stretched out a finger and shook it gently. No, don't be silly. My dear Maurice, I'm just advising you not to do stupid things. You have to know that the other members of the alliance are not as benevolent as me. Once they feel that you are a threat, your corpse will be hung on the highest building in the city within 3 days at most. Are you not going to do anything if they do this? Maurice obviously wasn't willing to give up just like that. She began to test Andre's attitude again. Her goal was very clear. That was to become one of the important figures with decision-making power in the future of this archipelago. For this, she was willing to pay any price and take any risk. Ha 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 ha. Care? Why should I care? Don't forget that I am the person with the highest benefits in the alliance. What they are doing is protecting the interests of the alliance from being violated. I can't wait to support them. Forget it. Perhaps this is an empty explanation that can't let you understand how terrifying the members of the alliance are. It doesn't matter. Wait a few more hours, and you will understand what I'm saying. War was always the best way to show one's strength, so Andre didn't want to continue talking nonsense. He believed that after seeing the strength of the Noble Alliance and the smugglers, this overly intelligent woman would make a wise choice. Maurice stuck out her tongue and gently licked her seductive red lips. She said softly, "I will open my eyes and take a good look at what abilities your allies have, just like they. If their strength doesn't make you feel fear, then no matter what you do, I won't stop you. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Before she finished speaking, Andre sneered and finished the latter half of the sentence. He now understood that Maurice was the type of person who wouldn't give up until she saw the coffin. Once she saw the difference between the army and the gangs, she would quickly dispel all unrealistic ambitions and fantasies. Chapter 859. After eating a sumptuous breakfast, Maurice couldn't wait to take out a book filled with names and portraits from her underwear. She explained in a low voice, "This is all the information I've gathered on the high-ranking members of the Underground Guild. It includes the names, appearances, and family situations of the 2 highest-ranking leaders. There are also some who have privately expressed their willingness to betray us at a critical moment. The ones in black ink are our enemies. The ones in red ink are our own people who have already sided with us. And the ones in blue ink are those who are still watching or trying to negotiate terms. Also, according to the information I've received, in order to take revenge for the betrayal in the lower city, the leaders of the guild have sent out the ace assassin, who is feared by everyone, Ulick." "Ulick? Andre muttered softly as he flipped through the contents of the book. The man who had led the owl squad to attack him instantly appeared in his mind, and a mocking smile quickly appeared on his face. He, this guy's mental fortitude is pretty good. He wasn't scared out of his wits, and even dared to carry out an assassination mission. No wonder you were so careful along the way. You were afraid of being assassinated. You know him? Maurice raised her eyebrows in surprise. One had to know that Ulick was the guild's most powerful weapon to intimidate their enemies for so many years. The number of unlucky fellows who had died directly under his brutal attacks was at least 100, if not 200. Every time this name began to circulate on the streets, it would immediately cause waves of panic and chaos. But it was a pity that the deterrence of this famous assassin was very limited in Andre's eyes. He rubbed his chin and nodded with a face full of mockery. I know him. Of course I know him. I warmly greeted him and his owl squad a few days ago. I didn't think that the underground guild would send him out again so quickly. The guild's assassination squad, the owl squad, you had a direct confrontation with them? Maurice keenly sensed the thick scent of blood in his tone and immediately asked nervously, Emma, rather than a confrontation, it would be more appropriate to call it a massacre or venting. Coincidentally, I was in a bad mood that day, so I roasted them all into charred corpses. Only Ulick was left, and I had him deliver a declaration of war to the guild leaders on my behalf. Andre explained in a calm tone. For a mage of his level, ordinary assassinations would have little effect. Unless it was a high-grade assassin with anti-magic weapons, they wouldn't be able to break through the various defensive spells, even if they managed to get close. Maurice was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time. After a full 2 to 3 minutes, she muttered to herself, So that's how it is. I was wondering why Uric didn't make a move after the news spread. It turns out that his owl squad is all dead. Andre didn't pay attention to the crazy woman in front of him. He quickly flipped through the information on the high-ranking members of the guild, quickly selecting those who had value and those who had to be eliminated. In a short while, he had determined the deaths of dozens of people. Just as he was concentrating, a dark shadow silently killed the 2 strong men guarding the door. He gently opened the door a crack and slipped into the room with only 2 people. Due to the angle, he could only see Maurice. He couldn't see Andre, whose back was facing the door. In order to prevent the scent of blood from spreading, he took out a handful of light yellow powder from his waist pouch and sprinkled it on the door. He then curled into a ball and hid himself in the cupboard next to the door. It had to be said that this person, who was either an assassin or a spy, was very cautious. After discovering that there were 2 people in the room, he immediately canceled his original plan and patiently waited for one of them to leave. It was obvious that he was a true veteran in this field. He knew the most important rule of the underworld, which was to never expose oneself in the middle of a mission. There wasn't much content in the book. In just 10 minutes, Andre finished reading it all and casually threw it on the table. Too little. This information isn't enough for us to completely eliminate the entire guild in one go, especially when there are a few leaders whose faces and names we don't even know. Damn it. You have to understand that I've already taken a huge risk in order to obtain this information. Time was too tight. I couldn't possibly gain their trust so quickly. Maurice argued, gritting her teeth. I know it's not easy for you, so I don't mean to blame you. I'm just stating a fact. It seems that before we act, we need to capture one of them alive. Who do you think knows the most and has the most value in being captured? Andre asked in a low voice as he tapped the table with his fingers. After careful consideration, he decided not to act rashly. He would only launch an attack after figuring out all the upper echelons of the guild. The reason was simple. After looking at this list, he realized that the influence of the underground guild was much larger than he had imagined. It wasn't limited to the Sardinia itself. There were even branches in many ports along the coast. On one hand, they were responsible for helping the pirates find out the routes of merchant ships. On the other hand, they were responsible for selling valuable goods. If they couldn't destroy the entire system in one go, then the escaped upper echelons could use these branches to make a comeback. As a smart person, Andre didn't want to create a troublesome enemy for himself for no reason. Thus, he would rather take action later to ensure that such a situation wouldn't happen. Hearing that he wasn't blaming her, Maurice immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a few seconds, she quickly suggested, "As far as I know, there's only one person in the entire guild who has seen the faces of all the leaders. That person is the ace assassin, Ulrich. Furthermore, he's not in the headquarters right now. As long as you can find and capture him, you'll be able to obtain many unknown secrets. Of course, other than that, the two leaders I found should also know, but it's almost impossible to capture them alive. In the basement of the guild headquarters, there's a room that's completely isolated from the outside world. Once the leaders sense danger, they'll all enter and seal the door. They'll only come out when the danger is over." "Oh, so the people outside can't go in, and the people inside can't come out?" Andre's eyes lit up as he asked. If the leaders locked themselves in a room similar to a bank vault, then he wouldn't have to worry too much. He could just force his way in. In any case, as long as he blocked the door, it would be useless no matter how capable the other party was. Maurice sneered and shook her head. "Dream on. The guild leaders aren't as stupid as you think. Even though I've never seen what it looks like inside, there's one thing I'm sure of. There's a 100% escape route to the outside world." Chapter 860. Damn it, I hate these endless secret tunnels. Andre rubbed his forehead and grumbled in a low voice. To be honest, he really didn't understand if these powerful people in the South all had delusions of being persecuted, whether it was the nobles and merchants of Lincoln City or the pirates and gang leaders of the Sardinia Islands. They all liked to dig underground like rats. It was as if not having a secret escape tunnel would reflect their identities. What was even more disgusting was that one would never know where these escape tunnels led to. Unless the sea route to the island was sealed, it would be a pipe dream to find the exit. Valen Island was the largest island in the Sardinia Islands, reaching over 24,000 square kilometers. It was twice the size of many supermetropolises on Earth. Even if one stood at the top of the tallest castle, they wouldn't be able to see the end of the island. It was impossible to control such a long coastline with the current shipbuilding technology of the continent. It looks like we need someone in the know, someone who has a deep understanding of the entire guild and the leaders. And we need to be quick. After rejecting all other possibilities in his mind, Andre lightly tapped on the table and quickly came to a conclusion. He didn't have much time to waste. He had to get rid of all the unstable factors in Valen City before midnight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create a false image of prosperity before the arrival of the pirate King Francis. Maurice spread out her hands helplessly. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. You can only rely on yourself. Of course, I know this is beyond your abilities, so I never expected you to be able to provide any help. Now, go deliver a few letters for me. I need a true professional at the moment." Andre took out the quill and ink he carried with him as he spoke. He quickly wrote a few lines of words on the parchment, then tore them into strips and folded them. "Who are you sending them to?" Maurice asked expressionlessly as she looked at the strips of paper that had been folded into different shapes. She didn't attempt to look at the contents. If possible, she didn't even want to have anything to do with this matter. As a woman who had a deep understanding of the strength of underground guilds, she was well aware of the consequences of doing such a thing. It would be fine if she successfully eliminated all the leaders and upper echelons, but if she failed, she would immediately become the target of the other party's revenge. She shuddered at the thought of the endless assassinations in the future, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Andre obviously didn't care about the so-called revenge or assassination. He pointed to one of the notes and said, "This is for Jess. Tell him to be prepared. As soon as he receives the signal to start the war, he must destroy the remaining forces of the guild in the lower city area at all costs. Remember, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, don't leave anyone alive in this operation." "Can that liar do it?" "I highly doubt that." Maurice curled her lips and sneered disdainfully. "Don't worry, even if he can't do it, someone else will do it for him. To a certain extent, this should be a test. I want to see how far this liar can go for power, and if he can even abandon his humanity." As he said this, Andre maintained a faint smile, but it couldn't hide the cruelty and coldness in the content. Maurice subconsciously shivered and began to sympathize with Jess silently. At the same time, she reminded herself not to anger this terrifying young man in front of her. This was because she knew that it was not a simple order to not leave anyone alive. It meant that all the direct members of the Underground Guild, regardless of their gender or age, would be wiped out. Even babies who were just a few months old were no exception. The bloodshed and coldness behind this was completely indescribable. Andre didn't care about Maurice's little movements. He pointed to the remaining notes and said, "These are for Mia. If I'm not wrong, she should be with old Bernie's grandson, Patty. Remember to be careful when you send the letter. The rat man's emotions haven't been very stable recently. It's best not to provoke them if it's not necessary." "Got it. I'll do it right away." Maurice quickly took the notes and stuffed them into the bottomless cleavage in front of her chest. Then she swayed her slender waist and plump buttocks, pushed open the door, and walked out. She seemed to have gotten used to using her beautiful body as a weapon. No matter when or where, she would never forget to show her most seductive side. Glancing at the beautiful scenery that disappeared in the corridor, Andre once again took out the map that he got from the smuggler, Tim. He carefully looked at the few secret passages that were marked with red lines that led directly to the sea. He didn't notice at all that when Maurice left, the black shadow hiding in the cupboard quietly came out and was moving toward the dining table. The sharp dagger in his hand was glowing with a strange black light. He didn't need to know that the dagger was smeared with a lethal poison that could kill upon contact with blood. Obviously, this guy wanted to take advantage of the time when Maurice left to get rid of the enemy in the room. Because he was wearing special soft-soled boots, when he stepped on the floor, he didn't make any sound. He very smoothly came to a position about half a meter behind Andre. Then, without hesitation, he swung his weapon and fiercely stabbed toward the brain's stem above the neck. His skillful technique was admirable. Generally speaking, most of the ambushes from the back were aimed at the heart, kidneys, or trachea, which were more obvious places. Only those elite assassins who had slaughtered countless lives would understand that the brain's stem above the neck was the only part that could truly deliver a fatal blow. This was the place where the nerve nucleus and the spine connected. It was responsible for controlling the heartbeat, breathing, digestion, and other vital life support functions. Once it was heavily injured, the target wouldn't even have the ability to scream or react. They would die on the spot. Even if they didn't die immediately, they would be paralyzed because of the loss of control of the spine, coupled with the terrible poison. Even if the dwarves were exceptionally tenacious, it was impossible for them to still be alive and kicking after being pierced. But unfortunately, the assassin this time encountered Andre, who had always been vigilant. Before the poisoned dagger, touched his skin, he immediately sensed the danger. He immediately activated the force wall stored in the ring without hesitation. Bang! The sharp dagger fiercely hit the invisible wall, making a muffled sound, followed by a scream. Ah! The assassin was holding his right hand and kneeling on the ground with a thump. His wrist was strangely bent at 90 degrees, as if it was fractured. Chapter 861. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was a little strange. The assailant was lying on the ground in pain, while the victim was innocently watching from the side. Just as Andre was considering whether to kick the guy's head or tie him up with the animated rope, the originally closed door was suddenly kicked open. Following that, a dozen people with sharp blades rushed in. The one who commanded them was none other than Maurice, who had just gone out to pass the message. This shrewish woman did not hesitate like Andre. As soon as she entered the door, she immediately rushed forward. First, she kicked the poisoned dagger far away. Then, she raised her leg and kicked the assassin's lower body. Her kick was so accurate that it seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. All the men present could not help but feel a dull pain in their lower body. As she kicked, she cursed loudly, "Son of a *TC, you dare to kill my men. Do you think that by hiding the corpse and sprinkling sulfur, I won't be able to smell the blood? This little trick, I could see through it when I was 16. There was no doubt that Maurice had discovered something strange when she left. However, she did not immediately turn back. Instead, she went downstairs to call for help. Obviously, this was a correct judgment. Under the premise that they did not know how many enemies had sneaked in, the best choice was not to shout, but to immediately inform more people. After all, the reason why assassins were feared by people was because of their mysteriousness. The victims would often die an unnatural death without anyone knowing. However, once they were exposed, their deterrence was far less than that of a warrior. Looking at the fate of the unlucky guy on the ground, it was undoubtedly the best example. Due to the terrible blow to his lower body, the assassin instantly curled up into a ball like a cooked shrimp. White foam kept coming out of his mouth, and his two legs twitched uncontrollably. He didn't even have the strength to howl in pain. He was now like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. However, Andre did not have the intention to slaughter this guy immediately. Instead, he pulled back Maurice, who was about to kick him a few more times. "All right, stop kicking. If you continue, he will die suddenly. I still hope to get some useful information from him." "Bah, trash. Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live a little longer." As the saying went, a valiant life did not need a reason. The furious Maurice did not care about the image of a lady that she usually maintained. She fiercely spat at the assassin, turned around, and sat on a chair. She used a sharp table knife to trim her nails. Her eyes were always looking at the assassin with ill intentions. Her gaze was like a butcher looking at a fattened livestock. The thugs surrounding the room had never seen their boss lose his temper like this. They all lowered their heads and remained silent, as if a flower had bloomed on the floor. The only thing left in the room was the killer's weak moans. Seeing that no one spoke, Andre waved at the orc warrior, who led the charge. The latter felt a little confused, so he quickly pointed at his nose and asked, "You called me?" "That's right. You, help me take off the mask and hood of that guy on the ground, and wake him up," Andre ordered without any trace of politeness. "Oh, okay." The orc nodded in response. He immediately took 2 steps forward and pulled off the mask on the assassin's face. Then, he broke one of the assassin's fingers without saying a word. As the orc race was slightly lacking in intelligence, they especially did not like to think. Thus, when he heard the order, he reacted subconsciously and did not think of anything else. Crack! With a crisp sound, The unlucky guy who was in a semi-conscious state was instantly awakened by the intense pain. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The orc obviously enjoyed the feeling of torturing others. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He's awake. Do you need me to do anything else? For example, break the other 9 fingers or something like that. No, not at the moment. If I need you later, I'll let you know. Thank you. Andre rejected the orc's suggestion with a smile. He did not dare to let this careless fellow in front of him interrogate the captive. Otherwise, the captive might be tortured to death in a short while. All right, what a bummer. The orc shrugged his shoulders and threw the pained assassin on the ground. He returned to his original position and stood properly. Andre did not pay attention to the orc's complaints. Instead, he stared at the unfamiliar and slightly old face of the captive. After a full minute, he asked, "Who are you? Why did you initiate an assassination? Who ordered you to do this? For the sake of your safety, I advise you not to play any tricks. Answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I guarantee that the pain just now was just an appetizer." Bah! The assassin obviously did not intend to speak. He spat fiercely and tried to use provocation to quickly free himself from death. Without a doubt, his bones were very hard. He had definitely received strict torture training. Ordinary pain was not enough to make him speak. Ha ha ha! It seems like he doesn't appreciate your kindness. How about it? Do you need me to help him loosen his bones? Maris mocked, taking pleasure in his misfortune. No need. I'm pressed for time. I don't have time to interrogate a professionally trained assassin. You should know that not all information needs to be tortured. Many times, a small spell can change the opponent's mind. As he spoke, Andre took a few steps back. He stretched out his 10 nimble fingers and drew a circle in the air. Following that, he began to chant a spell. After a short few seconds, 2 balls of pink energy quickly gathered in the air. Even an idiot could tell that this was an extremely powerful spell. No one wanted their thoughts to be controlled. Thus, the captive struggled to stand up and violently slammed forward, trying to use this method to interrupt the spell-casting process. But he clearly forgot that there was a strong warrior behind him. Before he could stand firm, the orc took 2 steps forward and used his strong arms to strangle his neck. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Andre quickly completed the spell. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched the assassin's forehead. All the pink fog rushed into his nose, ears, and mouth. After a second or two, an unbelievable scene happened. The assassin, who would rather die than submit, elbowed the half-orc warrior. Then he knelt on the ground and kissed Andre's boots. "Great master, your servant Adamagaz is at your service." Chapter 862. How is this possible? Maurice stood up from her chair in shock, letting out a cry of disbelief. It wasn't just her. The other 10 or so people all showed expressions of fear, especially the orc warrior. He retreated all the way to the door. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was ready to escape once he realized that the situation wasn't good. No one in this world was an idiot. Even the stupidest person understood how terrifying it was to have one's consciousness controlled by someone else. That was why spellcasters were revered and feared by people. After all, they, who couldn't learn magic, would never understand how those mysterious magic could control the brain and even the soul. Seeing these people's expressions, Andre smiled and lightly kicked away the assassin who was crazily kissing his boots. He asked in return, "Why is it impossible? You should know that I just used a rank 5 arcane spell, Dominate Human. It's not like those low-level enchantment spells that can only temporarily create some false illusions to deceive the target. Instead, it can truly tamper with the central nervous system of the brain, weaving a memory from birth to now, and make the target believe it without a doubt. You see, this captive who was still stubborn a few seconds ago now sees me as his only family, friend, and master. Even if I were to order him to commit suicide, he would do it without hesitation. Remember, in front of arcane spells, nothing is impossible. The reason it's impossible is only because I haven't found the corresponding method yet. That's all. Maurice stared coldly at the assassin who called himself Adam Agaz. Seeing him get kicked away again and again, getting up again and again, crazily kissing Andre's boots, she couldn't help but shiver. She sighed to herself, "Oh, my God, this is simply too terrifying." Although the scene looked very comical at first glance and was full of humor, no one present could laugh, because they couldn't help but put themselves in the shoes of that pitiful assassin. In their minds, they kept thinking about what they would do if they also had a day like this. It must be known that human nature was an extremely complicated and strange thing. On one hand, it madly worshipped those who stood at the top of the pyramid, but on the other hand, it sympathized and pitted those who were trampled under the feet of the strong. It was precisely this contradiction that formed the coexistence of cruel competition and high moral standards in human society. Obviously, the powerful effect of controlling humans made the assassin seem small and pitiful. Although everyone present was his enemy, they still subconsciously felt a strong sense of sympathy for him. However, Andre didn't care about this. He'd already seen the reverence that commoners had for mages back in Linton City, so he calmly said to Adam Agaz in front of everyone, "Tell me everything you know." "Yes, master. I'm an instructor at the assassin training base under the guild. Usually, I train the elites of the leaders. Be it Yi Shao or Yulik, they're all outstanding graduates of the base." The assassin who was controlled by the spell completely regarded the young man in front of him as his only master. Without any hesitation, he revealed one of the biggest secrets of the guild. "Training base. Where is it located? Within Valen City?" Andre furrowed his brows and immediately asked. Adam Agaz shook his head. "No, it's not on Valen Island, but on Shuangyu Island 3 nautical miles away." Shuangyu Island? Andre had obviously never heard of this name before. He looked at the others, hoping that someone could explain it to him. Maurice lowered her head in thought for a few seconds before slamming the table and yelling, "I remember now. That's an island that isn't marked on the map. It's to the west of Valen City and is covered in reefs and undercurrents. Larger ships won't be able to pass through it all, so no one lives there." Andre nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. They're quite careful to secretly build the training base in such a desolate and uninhabited place." "No, master, the reason why the leaders were so careful to hide this secret is because Shuangyu Island has a secret underwater tunnel that leads to Valen City. It starts from the secret underground room of the guild headquarters and stretches for several kilometers. The end point is the underground training ground. Apart from the leaders, only 2 other instructors, and I know of this secret." As Adam Agaz blurted out these words, everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless, especially Maurice, who was completely stupefied. She couldn't stop muttering, How is this possible? They actually dug through 2 islands that's over 5 kilometers long. She couldn't be blamed for making a fuss over nothing. Even Andre, a transmigrator, was quite shocked. One had to know that even in the 21st century, building an underwater tunnel wasn't an easy task. The cost of 1 kilometer was often 1 or 2 billion. Even though the underground tunnel dug by the underground guild couldn't possibly be as wide as the ones on Earth, it was still an impossible task with the engineering standards of this world, even if it could only allow 2 people to walk side by side. There was no need to ask to know that they must have borrowed the power of magic. Thinking of this, Andre immediately said, "Give me a detailed introduction of this tunnel. Who built it, and when it was completed?" Adam Agaz muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Master. I only know that it existed a long time ago. The guild was only the discoverer, not the builder. It seems that only the leaders of the past generations know the secret. In addition, when entering the tunnel, you have to bring a living thing as a sacrifice, such as a rabbit, sheep, cat, dog, and so on. You have to kill it at the altar at the entrance. Otherwise, you'll get lost in the pitch-black tunnel. I've walked through it twice, and I only felt as if there was a pair of terrifying eyes staring at me in the darkness." Hearing the killer's bizarre explanation, Andre instantly realized that this tunnel wasn't ordinary at all. He even had the urge to immediately investigate it. Unfortunately, he was pressed for time and didn't have the time to explore it. He could only sigh helplessly. "Sigh, looks like we can only put the matter of this secret tunnel aside for now. I reckon that it'll take a long time to uncover the secret within." "That's right. There's no need to rush the matter of the tunnel. Now that we have the escape route of the guild leaders, we can completely destroy it in one fell swoop." Maurice stood up excitedly and slammed the table fiercely. It was as if she could already see the scene of the high and mighty guild leaders crawling at her feet and begging for mercy. She became exceptionally excited. Chapter 863. Someone once said that if you wanted to destroy an organization, you had to first destroy their upper echelons. This was because the upper echelons were equivalent to the brains of the entire organization. Once they lost control of the brain, the organization would descend into chaos and disorder and eventually wither away. After obtaining Adam Agaz as a guide, Andre immediately launched an encirclement and annihilation against the underground guilds without hesitation. Not only did he order the allied noble army, which had only rested for a few hours, to launch a fierce attack on the guild headquarters in the upper city district, he also notified the small guilds in the lower city district, as well as a few other members of the Shadow Net, to go from house to house to clean up the spies planted by the guild. In an instant, the entire Valen city was in chaos. Even the dumbest of citizens knew that the sky was about to change. After all, in order to reduce his own casualties, Count George didn't choose to directly attack the guild headquarters, which was riddled with traps. Instead, he ordered Bartholomew to set up several cannons on the streets, aiming at the targets and firing wildly. The loud explosions rang through the sky. Anyone who wasn't deaf would be able to hear them clearly. The guild members, who had been hiding by the windows and behind the walls, preparing to launch a sneak attack, never expected such a powerful weapon to appear. They didn't even have time to react before they suffered heavy casualties. They were either killed by the solid bullets or flattened by the collapsed stone walls and pillars. The scene was a tragic mess. After a few rounds of bombardment, the 3-story stone building made of piled marble was riddled with holes and beyond recognition. More accurately, it would be more appropriate to call it a ruin. The 3rd floor had completely collapsed, and the 2nd floor was also on the verge of collapse. Only the 1st floor looked relatively intact, but that was only in terms of the supporting structure. Ha ha! This thing is really awesome. Old George laughed happily as he looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and the guild headquarters that had almost been plowed flat. The more he looked at the cannons, the more envious he became. He couldn't wait to drag a few away and install them on his own ships, castles, and manors. "Count, please allow me to remind you that if we continue to bombard them, we might not be able to find the entrance to the basement," Wilson reminded him in a low voice. Ever since they had a disagreement over the manuscript of Master Swordsman Johannes, the relationship between the two had become a little delicate. Although they still maintained a close master-servant relationship on the surface, They knew very well that this rift would never disappear. If it was not handled well, it would even grow bigger. However, old George wasn't in the mood to think about this at the moment. He immediately raised his right arm and motioned for the cannons to stop firing. He then said, "Order the soldiers to attack. I hope to end the battle within half an hour." "As you wish, Count." Wilson placed one hand on his chest and bowed. He turned around and waved at the army behind him. The knights who were in charge of commanding quickly divided the 100-man square formation into 20-man squads and rushed into the dilapidated building from all directions. Not long after, the sound of fierce fighting, screams, and howls could be heard from inside. Needless to say, they must have encountered the remaining guild members and had engaged in a fierce battle with them. However, these sounds didn't last long. After less than 15 minutes, it was completely quiet. After a short while, more than 30 mutilated corpses were carried out and left on the empty street. Under the suppression of absolute quantity and quality, these so-called elite thieves and assassins didn't even have a chance to show off their skills. They only caused less than 50 casualties before they were besieged and killed by dozens of knights. Their pitiful daggers and short swords couldn't even pierce through the solid armor and shields of the knights. After eliminating the remaining enemies, the soldiers began to search in the huge and complicated basement. After 3 to 5 minutes, a messenger ran out and shouted, "Found it! Found it! At the end of the basement. I found the secret room that was sealed with steel plates." "Is that so? Looks like our mission is completed." Old George narrowed his eyes and said to himself. An elderly noble obviously didn't quite understand the meaning behind this, and asked curiously, "Count, don't we need to think of a way to pry open the steel plates?" Old George smiled and shook his head. "No, there's no need. Like I said, our mission is complete. The rest will be left to Sir Andre. I'm sure he'll be very satisfied with our efficiency." Less than half an hour after the fall of the guild headquarters, a small winter wolf boat with 5 people on board landed on the beach of Shuangyu Island, 3 nautical miles west of Allen City. As soon as he jumped off the boat, Andre couldn't wait to ask, "This is Shuangyu Island? It looks rather desolate, and there's pitifully little vegetation. I don't think there's any drinkable water either. I really don't understand why they would think of building a training base here." "Master, Shuangyu Island doesn't look like much on the surface, but there's a whole other world underground. Not only is there an underground river, there's also a large number of strange fish that don't have eyes. It's enough to sustain the daily needs. As long as we send some flour, salt, clothes, and other daily necessities, the entire base can sustain the training of 100 apprentices." The second person to jump off the boat, Adam Agaz, hurried over and explained in detail. It could be seen that he was in a rather good state. His broken wrist and severely injured lower body had been completely healed by nature magic, and he was following beside him loyally. The third person to jump off the boat was Maurice. She looked at the assassin whose memories had been tampered with pity and stepped onto the golden beach without saying a word. As for the last ones to leave the boat, they were Andre's 2 capable servants, the demonkin warrior Eunice and the elven druid Nina, as well as her animal companion. After briefly observing the island reef that was less than 3 square kilometers in circumference, Andre immediately instructed Adam Agaz, "Don't waste time. Take me directly to the underground training base." Calculating the time, the leaders of the underground guilds should be halfway to the undersea tunnel by now. We have to quickly clean up those who are in the way and hold a grand welcoming ceremony for them. "Ha! Don't worry, my master, because the leaders just ordered the entire training base to be mobilized a few hours ago and launch an unrestricted assassination of the lower city. There aren't many people who are a thread apart from a teacher and a dozen or so rookies who haven't graduated yet. You don't even have to do it yourself. I can slaughter them all myself." After saying this, a twisted and sickly smile appeared on the assassin's face. It looked abnormally sinister and terrifying. "Oh, is that so? Then it looks like I can save some effort." The corner of Andre's mouth drew an arc, and he turned to Eunice and said, "Did you hear that clearly? You have 5 minutes to clean up the inside. You can do whatever you want this time, but remember to make the scene a little bloody. I hope to give the guests who are about to arrive a surprise. Hee, I'm very happy to carry out this order." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the half-demon's face. Chapter 8:65. The people standing on the other side clearly hadn't expected a stranger to appear and froze on the spot, completely unsure of how to respond to this greeting. Of course, apart from the greeting, the dismembered corpses and blood on the ground was also one of the reasons why they were incomparably shocked. Two of the women couldn't stand the smell of blood that assaulted their nostrils and directly leaned against the wall to vomit, even spitting out dark green bile. However, Andre clearly didn't intend to display his gentlemanly demeanor at this moment, and very subtly made an attack gesture. Elven druid Nina, who'd been waiting for a long time, instantly leapt up and pounced on the guy closest to her. The wolf pack behind her also darted out from the dark corners, attempting to pounce on the remaining people and end this battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the 6 guild leaders weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. Just as the wolf pack charged out, 2 magic puppets over 3 meters tall and completely forged from steel charged out from the dark passageway. They swung their sandbag-sized fists and sent one of the berserk wolves flying, because it was a summoned creature. The wolf didn't explode into a bloody mess after receiving damage that exceeded its body's limits and quickly disappeared into thin air. "Whoa, looks like our esteemed guest is well prepared. What do you plan to do?" Eunice whistled and asked with a face full of ridicule. She didn't seem nervous at all, and was even in the mood to joke around. Of course, Andre didn't seem nervous at all, and replied with a light smile, "Ha, of course we'll do what we need to do. It's just 2 shield guards mass-produced by the Magic Kingdom, Gorlers. They shouldn't be enough to scare you, right? Moreover, these 6 people aren't the ones who created them, but rather controlled them through some kind of magical tool. As long as we remove all the things emitting energy waves from their bodies, the shield guards will definitely stop moving. Now, go and help me take care of this little problem. I believe it should be very easy for you. Remember, I want him alive. Don't kill him by accident." With that, not only did Andre have no intention of making a move, he sat back in his chair and looked at the battle taking place not far in front of him with a gaze full of mockery. He didn't find it strange at all that the guild leaders had a trump card in their hands. After all, they'd controlled Valen City for hundreds of years. It would be strange if they didn't have anything. The only thing he didn't expect was that this trump card was actually 2 giant, inferior steel puppets. It was truly laughable. Shield guards, also known as the all-purpose steel defensive construct, were developed by the high-ranked mages of the Gorlers' kingdom. They were a simplified version of the true magic golem, with a large amount of magic immunity and only retained the strong resistance of steel. Therefore, they were extraordinarily easy to manufacture and also very cheap. Just from the name, they were mainly used to provide 24-hour protection for the rich of the rich nobles and merchants' ants. There's TSS, and even if they'd have a strong est, they'd T to the point 2s, and even if there's TSS T's. Therefore, from the moment these things were created, they were targeted for foreign trade. In other words, they were sold at high prices to areas where magic wasn't very developed, in exchange for gold coins, rare materials, slaves, and so on that mages needed. Andre was willing to bet that the guild leaders must have paid a considerable price to buy these 2 shield guards from the extremely cunning Gorlers mages. They simply didn't know that special magical creations, like constructs, always had to abide by two laws. First, any construct, including magic golems, must first obey its own creator. Only then would it obey the orders of a second person according to the creator's instructions. Alternatively, it could create a magical item that could replace instructions, and the person holding the item would have a second level of control. Simply put, even if someone spent money to buy a magic golem, the creator of the magic golem would only need to give an order to make it change sides in an instant. Second, the vast majority of constructs, including magic golems, didn't have the ability to think and only relied on their instincts to fight. If they wanted to exert their full combat power, they needed a series of outstanding commands and spell coordination. Otherwise, they would be a big, stupid fool that couldn't even climb out of a pit by itself. Obviously, the creator of the shield guards couldn't have run from more than 2,000 nautical miles to the Sardinia Islands just to sell two constructs. They must have been sold by those guys who specialized in overseas trade. This also meant that if the buyer wanted to control the shield guards, they had to have a controller. Once they got the controller, the shield guards would instantly betray them. In addition, the guild leaders didn't have much experience in commanding puppets to fight. Looking at the shield guards' clumsy movements, they knew that it would be difficult to hit targets that were slightly more agile. To sum up, the guild leaders' trump cards were no threat to Andre. They had spent a lot of money to buy 2 time bombs, and now it was finally time to detonate them. Well, I'll try my best to be careful and not kill them. With that, a trace of mockery flashed in Eunice's eyes, and she raised her hand to send a flying kiss to one of the men. This unlucky fellow, who was caught off guard, immediately trembled involuntarily. Then he was captured by her charm ability and raised his fist to smash his companion's head. The latter felt a sharp pain, and then fell to the ground with a groan of pain. At the same time, Nina also gave full play to the power of the wolf pack tactic. Not only did she make the clumsy shield guards run in circles, but she also bit the legs of 2 people under their protection. At a glance, they were badly mutilated, and the victims couldn't even stand up. It must be known that the shield guards, who relied on their instincts, reacted half a beat slower to begin with. In addition, the leaders were too afraid, so they limited them to a certain distance. Once they exceeded that distance, they would immediately order them to stop chasing. Therefore, the situation had already shown a clear decline in less than 2 minutes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Adam Agaz silently snuck into the area protected by the puppets. He decisively cut off the wrist of one of the puppets and snatched 2 runic stones glowing with a green light from the other party's palm. Without any hesitation, he directly threw out the 2 stones and shouted, "Master, catch! This is the magic device used to control the shield guards." Andre didn't say a word and caught it in his palm. He smiled and nodded. Hee, well done. Now it's time to end this boring battle and let the underground guild become the dust of history. Chapter 866. Adam Agaz. You traitor! Look at what you've done. The man who was in charge of controlling the shield-bearer roared in disbelief as he clutched his wrist that was spurting blood. He couldn't believe that one of his most trusted subordinates would choose to betray him at such a critical moment. Moreover, the betrayal was so thorough that there was no room for negotiation. The assassin sneered as he stared at the powerful leader and mocked, "Traitor? No, you're wrong. I've been a loyal servant of my master since the beginning. He was the one who told me to infiltrate the guild and wait for the right time to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Under my master's great wisdom, all of you are as stupid as goblins." It was obvious that he firmly believed in the false memories created by the Dominate Human spell, at least until the effects of the spell completely disappeared. The leaders were stunned. If they remembered correctly, Adam Agaz had joined the guild when he was 6 years old. If what he said was true, it meant that he had been trained to be an excellent spy before he was 5 years old. It wasn't just the leaders who didn't believe it. Even those with a little brain wouldn't believe it. However, the assassin who was under the spell didn't doubt it at all. His eyes even revealed a smug expression, as if he had completed a very impressive mission. Maurice resisted the urge to laugh out loud as she whispered to Andre, "How long will he be in this state? A few hours? A few days? A few months? Or a lifetime?" It's hard to explain. In short, it varies from person to person, depending on the level of the caster and the resistance of the target to mind control spells. Some people will wake up in a minute or two, while others will need a few hours. There are also some stubborn fellows who will treat the implanted memories as real and never wake up. Andre shrugged as he explained. To be honest, even he didn't expect that a mere level 5 spell, Dominate Human, would control Adamagaz for so long. He didn't even have time to use his backup plan. If he wakes up, what do you plan to do with him? Kill him? Or, after all, he helped you solve a lot of problems, didn't he? Maris teased with a meaningful smile. Andre glanced at the assassins who were tying up the captives with ropes and shook his head. "No, my dear Maris, what really helped me was not Adamagaz, but the level 5 Arcana spell, Dominate Humans. In other words, I used magic to help me solve the problem, so he had no value. What's more, it's not like you didn't see his attitude towards us before. For a guy like him who has been groomed by the guild since young, even if he had no choice but to surrender, would you dare to take him in? In any case, I don't dare to keep such an unstable factor by my side. Who knows, at any moment, he might launch a fatal blow when you're unprepared." Wow, so cold and heartless. But I have to admit that what you said makes sense. Adamagaz definitely can't be kept. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in Maris' eyes. While the two were talking, the curtains of the battle had already been drawn. Apart from a few berserk wolves that were destroyed by the terrifying strength of the shield-bearers, the rest of the captives didn't even lose a single strand of hair. Especially Eunice, who had half the demon bloodline. She only released 2 of her innate abilities, charm, and succeeded in making a third of the enemies turn their backs. In order to prevent a portion of the captives from dying from excessive blood loss, the elven druid Nina specially performed simple treatment on those who were more seriously injured, and then brought them all in front of Andre. Maurice's vanity was greatly satisfied when she saw these high and mighty leaders kneeling in front of her like stray dogs. Although she really wanted to take 2 steps forward and use her sharp words to mock the other party and take revenge for all the humiliation she had suffered, she did not do so in the end. The reason was very simple. She was now somewhat in awe of the seemingly harmless Andre beside her. Whenever she thought of those endless magic spells, she felt a chill in her heart. "Master, do you need me to introduce them to you?" Adamagaz didn't notice the strange atmosphere in the air and stood out to ask politely. No need. I'm not interested in knowing the names of a group of dead people. Eunice, I'll leave them all to you, dead or alive. I only want information." Andre didn't care about the captives' feelings at all, and said something that made their faces change greatly on the spot. In Orire, losing a power struggle meant death. No one was an exception. Even the nobles who had perfect self-protection mechanisms were no exception. The only difference was that the nobles could choose a more dignified way to die, such as drinking, indulging in sex, taking poison, and so on. But it was a pity that the leaders of the guilds couldn't enjoy such treatment. What awaited them was cruel interrogation, and only when the last bit of value was squeezed out would they be granted a merciful death. When a woman wearing a veil heard the word death, she hurriedly struggled to tear off her veil, revealing a very beautiful face. She begged bitterly, "No, no, no, Please don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. I also know all the secrets of the guilds, including where the treasures are buried, branches set up in other ports. Oh, anything? Are you serious, beautiful lady? Andre stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the woman's white and delicate cheeks, slender neck, and finally stopped at the bottomless ravine on her chest. Although this action was full of provocation, if one looked closely at his eyes, they would be able to see that they were as clear as a lake, without the slightest bit of desire. Yes, yes, I'm willing to offer my body and soul. I vow to be your slave, forever, under the fear of death. This woman in her early 30s, full of mature charm, didn't notice her situation at all. She kept rubbing her proud bosom against Andre's leg, trying to use her body to attract the attention of the young man in front of her. It had to be said that her approach was very smart, because many men liked to ravage the other party's wife, woman, and lover after defeating the enemy to satisfy their desire to conquer. Usually, as long as they could have a physical relationship with them, it meant that they could survive. However, Andre was obviously not in this category. He stretched out a finger and gently placed it on the woman's lips, and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, although you are very attractive, I still have to apologize. In my future plans, there is no place for you." Chapter 867. Perhaps he was cold and unromantic, but Andre had undoubtedly made the right choice. He would rather restrain his physical urges and his desire for indulgence than leave any future problems for his huge plan. Moreover, he had let the woman in front of him enjoy the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Calmness and rationality were qualities that a person in power had to possess. When necessary, even humanity had to be temporarily abandoned. This was because only by discarding all emotional interference could one make the most advantageous decisions. Just as a scholar had once said, only when a king gave up on family, love, and friendship, and only considered problems from the perspective of benefits and schemes, would he be a qualified king and be supported by countless people. Although Andre wasn't a king yet, he was already a feudal lord with a territory and subjects. Furthermore, he was in the process of establishing a massive trade alliance that would cover the entire Southern Sea region. His every action would affect countless people, including the families behind them. Therefore, while he enjoyed his rights, he also had to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Ha 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 ha! Did you hear that? You lowly whore! You actually want to seduce, master? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Do you think you can avoid death just because you're a little prettier? Dream on. Eunice laughed sinisterly, grabbing the woman's hair and forcefully dragging her back, completely ignoring her terrified screams and struggles. As this female leader was wearing a rather loose lavender dress, it quickly fell off her body during the process of being dragged, revealing her sexy underwear and large patches of tender white skin. She was filled with an indescribable temptation, making one have the urge to rush up and ravage her. Seeing the half-demon's actions becoming more and more violent, Andre sighed slightly and reminded, "Eunice, be gentle. If this lady is willing to take the initiative to tell us everything, then let her die a quick death. I don't wish to see such a beautiful body mangled into a bloody mess. Also, get rid of that troublesome person while you're at it. He's useless now." "Hee. Don't worry, dear master. I'll use the most gentle way to dote on her, and let her die in extreme happiness." After saying that, Eunice bent down and stuck out her tongue to lick his lips. Then, her two scarlet eyes released a ray of light. Her actions made the woman who was still struggling immediately calm down. The fear on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced with infatuation. Then, she opened her sexy lips and began to respond fiercely. Andre enjoyed the scene of the two beautiful women kissing with great interest. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of playfulness. As a mage, he could easily feel the changes in magical energy. Thus, he did not even need to ask to confirm that Eunice had used some kind of innate ability similar to the kiss of the succubus. To an ordinary person, this was an irresistible temptation. Although a large amount of the victim's life force would be absorbed during the kiss, they would also obtain unprecedented spiritual satisfaction. Unknowingly, they would lose their lives. Just as Andre had expected, in just a few seconds, the mature female leader started to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. She went from looking like she was in her early 30s to around 40 years old, and crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes. On the other hand, Eunice's face was glowing, as if she had absorbed some kind of life essence. Even her skin had a strange luster to it. Just as everyone was looking at this scene in shock, she suddenly raised the king's blood sword and slashed towards Adamagaz, who was only a step away from her. Adamagaz did not have time to dodge at all. He could only watch as a cold light flashed, and his head separated from his neck. With a gurgle, his head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out more than a meter into the air before his headless corpse fell to the ground. Because everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. This was especially so for the guild leaders kneeling on the ground. They did not understand why Adamagaz, who had betrayed them, had been killed. Feeling the rain of blood on her body, Eunice quickly revealed an enchanting smile. She placed one hand on her chest and slightly bowed. The trouble you mentioned has been dealt with. Now, it's time for my personal favorite interrogation. I hope that the sounds that might appear in a while will not affect your appetite. I said that I'll leave them to you. I don't care if they're dead or alive. I only want information. Andre was still as calm as ever, as if he had not seen anything. Ha ha, let's go, my little cutie. Let's find a place where there's no one else and have a good time. After receiving a positive answer, Eunice immediately became unscrupulous. She pulled the woman beside her and walked straight towards the underground river. After a short while, there were short breaths and seductive moans coming from inside. There was no need to ask to know what they were doing inside. Maurice glanced at the deepest part of the underground river with a strange expression. She then asked softly, "This subordinate of yours seems to like women." Women. Andre's mouth could not help but twitch. He quickly shook his head. "I'm not too sure. Perhaps. I'm not interested in the private lives of my subordinates. However, rather than saying that Eunice likes women, it's more accurate to say that she has an uncontrollable urge for sex. I think that both men and women should be within her hunting range. Wow, looks like I have to wish her a good time. After all, there are still 5 guys for her to slowly enjoy." Maurice looked at the leaders with eyes full of pity. She could almost imagine how tragic the fate of being squeezed to death by a half-demon with a strong physique would be. In truth, when it came to sexual prowess, humans could not compare to the powerful otherworld life forms. Forget about pure succubi or lustful demons. Even those with half or even 1/3 of their bloodline could easily make a squad of professional soldiers lose their ability to fight in bed. It was said that a true demon lord could do it continuously for months or years. In just 1 or 2 years, he could create hundreds or thousands of descendants and use them to consolidate his brutal rule. This was also why Andre did not take action despite having many opportunities to experience the taste of a succubus that was said to be able to send men to paradise. He did not want to have a relationship with a member of the opposite sex that he could never conquer. It would hurt his pride as a man. Chapter 868. Even though Eunice had all sorts of shortcomings, such as being irritable, easily angered, neurotic, and extremely passionate about killing and torturing her enemies, there was one thing that Andre was extremely satisfied with, and that was her efficiency that others could not hope to match. In less than half an hour, she had pried open the mouths of all 6 captives. Whether it was the location of the buried treasure or the secret subordinate organizations, everything was laid out on a few pieces of sheepskin. Even the jewelry worn by the leaders, the money pouches they carried with them, and the golden teeth embedded in their mouths were not spared. It could be said that she had thoroughly scraped the ground. Looking at the two golden teeth on the table, the corner of Andre's mouth twitched unconsciously. He then forced out a satisfied smile. "Very good. I am very satisfied with the results of your interrogation. I believe that these are their final trump cards. Now that they are in my hands, I can add another sum of money for the future construction of the Sardinia Islands. As for the secret gathering points set up at the ports in the south, don't touch them for now. Continue to use the Guild's original method of control and infiltration. When the time is right, replace the original people. Remember, don't act rashly and alert the enemy, and don't let them know what happened in Valen City. Don't worry, I know my limits. The question is, who do you intend to give it to? You have to know that there are over 15 secret gathering points, covering almost all of the busy port cities in the south. With such a large scale, it won't be easy to swallow them all in one go. Eunice was very clear that she couldn't do any work related to management. She had always been very clear about her position, and that was to charge and break through enemy lines or interrogate captives. Thus, she directly raised the most important question, and that was who would take over these secret gathering points with complicated backgrounds. What do you think of me? The ambitious Maris seemed to feel that this was a good opportunity and immediately came forward to recommend herself. You? Andre sized her up and quickly shook his head with a sneer. Ha 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 ha. Forget it. Unless you are willing to give up your position as the mayor of Valen City and swear to always be the companion of darkness and never appear under the sun again, I won't give you such an important task. Upon hearing that she would have to live in the shadows, Maris immediately gave up her original idea. She shrugged her shoulders awkwardly. Well, it seems that the darkness doesn't suit me. The position of mayor is still better. At least I can bask in the sun often, right? Andre ignored her muttering. He lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Let's give Black Lily Bonnie a try first. Although her methods are still a little immature, it should be easier for her to manage these secret strongholds using the gang's methods." Eunice obviously didn't care who would take over this mess. She nodded and said, "No problem. When do you need me to leave?" "Don't worry. After we deal with the pirates, I'll immediately send a fast ship to send you back to Linton City. According to the news I received not long ago, the pirate King Francis fleet will arrive at the Sardinia Islands the day after tomorrow at the latest. At that time, I'll need your help." As he spoke, Andre's eyes revealed a meaningful light. Although he didn't say anything substantial, Maris still felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't even dare to ask about the treasure that she was most interested in. Is it an assassination? The corners of Eunice's mouth curled up slightly, and there was an unconcealable excitement on her face. Even the tail hidden behind the cloak kept swaying left and right. It was as if an assassination was not an extremely dangerous mission for her, but a kind of excitement and enjoyment. "That's right, it's an assassination. I'll hold a grand, welcoming ceremony. At that time, I'll use a magic potion to temporarily change your appearance. Then, you'll take advantage of the revelry to kill Francis as soon as possible. Let the pirates fall into an uncontrollable chaos and annihilate all of them near the port." Andre had no intention of hiding it and openly admitted it. Ever since he heard the news of the pirates' return, he had come up with countless plans in his mind. In the end, he realized that assassination was the best way to increase the success rate while reducing his casualties. After all, the pirates themselves were only a loose alliance. Once the most prestigious pirate king died, the remaining captains would definitely not submit to anyone and would not be able to organize an effective resistance. Furthermore, they were naturally undisciplined, so it wouldn't take much effort to deal with them. Andrei finally understood why so many people in history like to use assassination to resolve conflicts. Even if the success rate was shockingly low, it couldn't hide the fact that low investment and high returns were high. What did an assassination require? It was nothing more than an assassin with outstanding martial skills, a sharp weapon, and a strictly calculated location. That was all. But look at what kind of people had died at their hands. Kings, dukes, generals, great nobles, wealthy merchants, the leaders of certain factions, and so on. Basically, all of them held high positions and were extremely wealthy. Normally speaking, to kill these people, one would need to mobilize at least thousands or even tens of thousands of professional soldiers. But with the advent of assassination, everything became simple and cheap. The only downside was that after being exposed, it was very easy for the other party to retaliate fiercely. One had to know that assassination wasn't the monopoly of one or two people. Anyone could use it. Generally speaking, unless the conflict between two parties was irreconcilable, no one would be willing to live in fear all day. It was very clear that from the moment he took down the highest fortress in Valen City, Andrei had already decided to fight to the death with the pirates. Thus, he didn't need to worry about anything. In any case, he was confident that the enemy wouldn't have a chance to retaliate, so he chose to assassinate Francis without hesitation. Eunice gently stroked the king's blood sword, muttering to herself in a neurotic tone, "Endure. Endure for 2 more days. My dear partner, I promise that I'll let you drink the blood of your enemies to your heart's content." It had to be said that her appearance was quite lethal. Maris was so frightened that she hurriedly retreated, crying out in alarm, "Damn it! Is she crazy? She's actually talking to a sword." Crazy? No, she's not crazy. You just don't understand. Let's go. We've already wasted a lot of time here. It's time to return to Valen City. With that, Andrei threw the spoils of war on the table into his multidimensional bag and headed straight for the underwater tunnel. He was very clear that the king's blood sword wasn't a magic longsword in the ordinary sense. Not only had it been forged with the blood of the human king, William I, but it also had the fangs of a vampire count. It wasn't strange for it to have a faint self-awareness. Chapter 869. In Orire, a world filled with supernatural powers, almost all kinds of strange things could happen. Some crazy blacksmiths would even inject their own will or a person's soul into a weapon in order to make it more powerful. Thus, many famous weapons in history had their own personality, and a small number of them could speak. This was also why many magic weapons had camp restrictions, profession restrictions, race restrictions, gender restrictions, and so on. It was because the weak self-consciousness within the weapon would reject those who did not meet the requirements. Under normal circumstances, the best choice was to change weapons. Otherwise, they might suffer a strong backlash, such as turning into a mindless idiot the moment Andrei obtained the king's blood sword. He understood that this was a weapon filled with blood and slaughter. Although it did not reject him, it was not suitable for him either. Thus, he did not hesitate to give it to Eunice, who was passionate about killing. Now, it seemed that the person and the sword got along quite well, and there was a subtle connection between them. This mysterious connection was something that Andrei dreamed of observing and researching, so he did not have any intention of stopping it. Instead, he looked forward to future developments. Just like that, the group passed through the ancient entrance and arrived at an underground world filled with darkness and deathly stillness. The twisted magic power in the air, the pure darkness that even dark vision could not see through. There was also the bone-chilling sound of the wind. The elven druid Nina, who was very sensitive to the environment, quickly stepped forward and warned, "Master, please be careful. There seems to be something incredible hidden here. I can feel it. All the magic energy is being twisted by some unknown consciousness and is slowly flowing into the depths of the passage. It seems that we need to properly investigate the history of the Sardinia Islands when we return. I believe that there must be something hidden here. After saying that, Andre went straight to the altar next to the entrance and raised his head to look at the huge, strange statue in the center. Due to the passage of time, its facial features were already blurred. The only thing that could be distinguished was its snake-like body and head. Its two thick arms and claws were spread out, as if it wanted to hug something. Below the huge statue, there was a bowl made of polished stone. The top of the bowl was filled with unknown words. Not only were the words not weathered, but they were also faintly emitting a dark red light. There was a large amount of dry blood inside, indicating that there were often people slaughtering living creatures for sacrifice here. Eunice came closer, wrinkled her nose, and sniffed the air. Immediately, she said with a solemn expression, "This is not an ordinary blood sacrifice. It was a sacrifice of the soul. Any Holy Spirit killed in this stone bowl will never be able to enter the world of the dead again." Soul sacrifice? Ha! Andre chuckled. He stretched out his right hand and immediately unleashed a rank 0 arcana technique, reading magic. Very quickly, the originally incomprehensible hieroglyphs on the bowl instantly began to rearrange themselves. In just a few seconds, they had become the common language of the surface. Although some of the words were slightly incomprehensible, they could still be understood. "The great wizard, Murdica, you possess unparalleled power. The great Maldija, you are the creator of the Sardinians. You are our supreme father, our mother. You have bestowed us with wisdom and life. We are willing to serve you wholeheartedly until the end of time. Sacrificer, please chant Murdica's holy name in your heart. Use the blood and souls of the sacrifices to please him. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the darkness. Wizard Murdica, the creator of the Sardinians, things are getting more and more interesting." After understanding the gist of the hieroglyphs, an unfathomable expression appeared on Andre's face. Out of all the books he had read, there had never been any records of the wizard Murdica. Moreover, according to the thousands of years of history in the South, there had never been any Sardinians in the Sardinian Islands. This also meant that this passage had been built at least 10,000 years ago, before humans had walked out of the caves and started to establish a glorious magic civilization. It might even be related to the race of the Creator. What was the race of the Creator? According to the research of the elves and the legends left behind by the ancient humans, there had been a few glorious civilizations on this ancient continent tens of thousands of years ago. They possessed unbelievable technology and power. Even the Nagas, lizardmen, murlocs, octopuses, shape-shifting creatures, goblins, winged creatures, and so on had all been created by them. According to Andre's understanding, these fellows had used genetic technology to the peak of perfection. They could easily merge two completely unrelated species, such as humans and lizards, humans and snakes, humans and toads, humans and birds, and so on. The mysterious scroll that had caused the explosion of human magic civilization was also created by them. It was not an exaggeration to call them the Creator. How valuable would a place that was related to the Creator be? Even during the glorious magic civilization, it was enough to cause a huge commotion. No matter what was hidden in this underwater passage, its value could not be measured by money. I need a powerful collaborator. As a smart person, Andre was very clear that with his current strength, it was absolutely impossible to explore this mysterious place. Thus, he immediately thought of the legendary Lich, but quickly shifted his target to the half-elven archmage, Orlando, just as he was hesitating about who to choose. Maurice pulled out a gray rabbit from a cage not far away, carried it into the stone bowl, and chopped off the poor little fellow's head. In an instant, the eyes of the stone statue released two terrifying red lights. The headless rabbit's corpse twitched violently. After a few seconds, a milky white translucent soul slowly floated into the air and was finally sucked into the stone statue's mouth. Of course, this scene could only be seen by Andre, who had been maintaining the vision of the secret technique. The rest of the people could only feel a little strange at most. After doing all this, Maurice immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and shook off the bloodstains on her dagger. She asked, "Did I do something wrong? If I offer the sacrifice, does it mean that I can safely pass through this terrifying invisible passage?" "Yes, at least that's what the guild leaders told us. If we don't want any accidents to happen, we better do as they say." With that, Eunice carried a rabbit to the front of the altar and used a tremendous force to forcefully break its neck. Chapter 870. Due to the real existence of demons, devils, and gods, the people of Orire had long been accustomed to things like faith and sacrifice. Even a peasant woman who did not know the common language could skillfully pray to the gods she believed in. Therefore, once they encountered a situation related to gods, their first reaction was not to doubt, but to offer sacrifices according to the procedure. This was because in the stories circulating among the people, there were too many bloody lessons, and there was no lack of powerful spellcasters among them. However, these people often did not end well in the end. Some angered the gods, while others inadvertently offended powerful and terrifying monsters such as dragons, devils, and demons. The revenge methods of the good gods were not bad. At most, they used their divine power to turn the target into a retard or an idiot. The means of the evil gods were much crueler. They would send down thunder and lightning to directly destroy the mortals who angered them. This was already considered a more comfortable way to die. At least it was fast enough, and there was not too much pain. The evil gods who controlled the domain of death and souls would even pull out the souls of the offenders and throw them into the country they created, where they would torture them for hundreds to thousands of years. Of course, there was no need to mention the demons and devils. The former's madness and brutality were obvious to all, and the latter were also evil beings with a strong, vengeful mentality. Falling into their hands was definitely 10,000 times more terrible than death. Countless bloody examples constantly reminded the people living on this land how miserable their end would be if they lost their reverence for the mysterious things. Therefore, before entering the underwater tunnel, everyone, including Andre and the winter wolf Michelle, killed a small animal in the stone bowl. After all, no one wanted to experience the feeling of being lost in the darkness. Looking at the 5 rabbits who died with their eyes open, Andre took a deep breath and said to the others behind him, "Let's go. Let's see what's so special about this tunnel. Wait, I think it's a good choice to let these 2 blockheads walk in front. What do you think?" Maris carefully suggested as she pointed to the 2 shield bearers standing not far away. To be honest, as a cautious woman, if she could, she would rather take a boat back than walk through this so-called underwater tunnel. However, it was a pity that she did not have the ability to sail 3 nautical miles on her own. She could only brace herself and force herself to follow the others along the dark tunnel. Of course, if they can give you a little psychological comfort. However, I have to remind you that these emasculated versions of cheap goods are actually not as powerful as they look on the surface. If something really happens, I'm afraid they won't be able to help at all. After saying that, Andre lightly touched the runestone in his palm. The 2 shield bearers immediately took the lead and walked into the pitch-black tunnel. As they had no thoughts, they did not know what fear was. Coupled with their bodies made of steel, they instantly gave people an inexplicable sense of security. At least, Maris was much more relaxed than before. Seeing that everyone was ready, Andre didn't hesitate and followed the shield guardian into the darkness filled with twisted magical energy. Nina, who never liked to talk nonsense, followed closely with her animal companion. Eunice was the third, and the timid Maris brought up the rear. Accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the shield-bearers, the group quickly passed through the pitch-black tunnel. At first, they could still see each other's backs, but as they got farther and farther away from the exit, the fog in the surrounding air became thicker and thicker. In the end, even if two people were very close to each other, they couldn't sense each other's existence. The visibility was even less than 10 centimeters. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that as they walked, they suddenly realized that it wasn't only their vision that was being restricted. Their hearing, touch, smell, and taste were all slowly disappearing. After half an hour, they couldn't even hear their own heartbeats. They couldn't confirm where they were, whether their companions were still around, or whether they were still alive. When a person completely lost their perception of the outside world, they would immediately be surrounded by an indescribable fear. They couldn't see anything. They couldn't hear anything. They couldn't smell anything. They couldn't taste anything. Even their sense of touch, hunger, and pain had all disappeared. Andre felt as if he had fallen into a certain sense of eternity. Time and space had all lost their meaning. Only the thoughts in his mind were infinitely magnified. It was as if he was in a world completely dominated by the mind. Here, anything he could think of could be realized. As everyone knew, mages used their minds to control the magic energy in their bodies. Then, they used this magic energy to resonate with more magic energy in the air, thus casting spells. Therefore, whether a person's intelligence and mind were strong or not directly determined how far they could go on the path of magic. In a sense, this was simply the holy land that mages dreamed of. It could help anyone increase the activity of their brain, improve memory, logical thinking, abstract understanding, and so on. This was the so-called intelligence. In order to be able to feel this more clearly, Andre stopped and opened his arms to embrace his own thoughts. Of course, in fact, because he had lost his 5 senses, he couldn't be sure whether his body had made such an action. It was just a subconscious feeling. Just as he was spreading his thoughts out, he suddenly realized that there was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him from the darkness. It was so bright, so eerie, like the crimson moon that occasionally appeared in the night sky, full of gloominess, terror, and ominous. However, Andre didn't choose to run away like a normal person. Instead, he tried to use his mind to probe. "Who are you?" The owner of the scarlet eyes remained silent and didn't have any intention to respond. "Are you a wizard, Maltega?" Andre obviously didn't give up and asked again. The owner of the scarlet eyes still didn't make a sound. However, Andre clearly noticed that the moment it heard the name Maltega, its eyes flickered, but it quickly returned to normal. Without a doubt, just from this point alone, he could determine that she, or it, was not a puppet without the ability to think. Just when Andre wanted to try to communicate more, the pair of scarlet eyes suddenly disappeared inexplicably, just like when it appeared. Chapter 871. In the next second, Andre suddenly saw light in front of his eyes. His senses of taste, hearing, smell, touch, the 5 senses that he had lost, slowly recovered. Not long after, he was surprised to see an altar that looked exactly the same as the exit not far away. 2 tall shield-bearers were standing motionless on both sides. Without orders, they could stand there until their steel bodies rotted. In addition, Nina, Maris, Eunice, and Winterwolf were also standing at the exit, looking into the tunnel. From their nervous expressions, it could be seen that they must have been here for a while. Of course, they had reason to be nervous. When they first entered the tunnel, Andre was at the front. Now everyone was here, but he was nowhere to be seen. Coupled with the strange loss of senses, in the tunnel, Normal people would have bad thoughts. Interesting. First, you use the fog to block perception so that no one can detect the real situation inside. Then, you deliberately create panic and force the brain to forget what you just experienced. Master of those scarlet eyes, what secret are you trying to hide? Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself as he quickly walked out of the fog and appeared in front of everyone. He was now almost 100% sure that this was not an undersea tunnel at all, but a special space built by an unknown force. In this space, the physical body was completely abandoned and the mind and consciousness were infinitely magnified. He was not even sure if he walked out on his own or was teleported out by magic. Seeing Andre appear in sight, Maris was instantly relieved. She hurriedly asked loudly, "Damn it, what happened in there? You were in front of us. Why are you behind us now?" "Don't ask me. I'm not too sure. You should know that without the five senses, there is no way to perceive anything outside." Andre pretended to be relaxed and spread out his hands. Obviously, he did not intend to tell anyone what had just happened, and he did not want the secret here to be exposed. Maris nodded with lingering fear. "Well, I admit that you are right. This tunnel is indeed a bit strange, and I swear I will never walk through it a second time." "Haha, don't worry. You won't have the chance to walk through it a second time. Now, let's go up and see how many good things are buried in the most mysterious room of the Underground Guild." With that, Andre controlled one of the shield bearers and activated the mechanism on the wall. Instantly, a rumbling sound came from under their feet. After a while, the thick wall began to slowly rise. A staircase leading to the top was revealed. Before the entrance was fully opened, Eunice, holding a long sword, could not wait to enter. After a few seconds, she was extremely surprised and shouted, "Oh, my God, look at these mountains of gold coins, jewelry, and works of art. I think we found a vault. Everyone is going to be rich." "What vault? Damn it, you can't take it all." Maris, Maris, and ran Maris, Maris of the guild. Although she had never been cold or hungry due to her scheming and beauty, she had never been rich. Thus, she had the same fanaticism for wealth as ordinary people. In contrast, the elven druid Nina was much colder. She did not even bat an eyelid. Her animal companion was the same. Druids did not care much about money. Some supreme cults even believed that money was the greatest sin that caused humans to destroy nature and should be eliminated from the root. Thus, they rarely used money and preferred to use the primitive barter method. As for the winter wolf, even if it could speak the surface language fluently, it was still a beast. No amount of gold could compare to a fresh and delicious lamb. Andre admired Nina's peaceful face with great interest. After a full minute, he asked in a half-joking tone, "What? Don't you want to take this opportunity to expand your dry purse? After all, even druids need money to live in the city." "There is no need for that. I am the child of nature. I can get everything I need from nature. Besides, metals will hinder the connection between druids and nature. If possible, I would rather not see them for the rest of my life." Nina clearly expressed her disgust for gold. Gold and jewels, which were crazy in the eyes of countless people, were worthless in her eyes. Born in nature, die in nature. What a boring attitude. Andre sighed softly. He controlled the two shield bearers to step onto the stairs leading to the upper level. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he was actually a little envious of Nina's simple and close-to-nature attitude. She did not have to be like him, whose mind was filled with schemes and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Unfortunately, Andre's overly smart brain had decided that he could not calm down to appreciate the greatness of nature and life. It was even more impossible for him to return to the primitive state and rarely use metal tools like the Druids. Learning and exploration were his life path, until he found the supreme truth hidden in the endless plains and the universe. The stairs leading to the vault were not long, only less than 15 meters. Andre reached the end in half a minute. The moment he stepped onto the last step, he was immediately blinded by the dazzling golden and silver light. Inside the room of more than 200 square meters, there were countless precious metal coins piled up. Among them, there was the alliance currency that was most commonly circulated in the southern region. There were also square gold and silver alloy coins used in the distant desert. Even the magic platinum coins used by the Kingdom of Gorals for bulk trading were filled to the brim with a small chest. These coins were of different shapes, weights, and colors, but the quantity was absolutely astounding. No wonder the residents living in the city often said that more than 70% of the wealth plundered by the pirates over hundreds of years flowed into the pockets of the underground guilds. Now it seemed that it was true. In addition to the coins, there were also many exquisite weapons and armors on the shelves. A large number of paintings, sculptures, and works of art by famous artists were carefully placed on high places. There was even a whole sack of ambergris, which was as valuable as diamonds. There were no professional whaling ships in Orire, so they basically relied on whales that died naturally and were washed to the beach by the sea, or were coincidentally picked up by fishermen. Therefore, the production was pitifully low. Even a fist-sized whale could be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. Countless kings and nobles were willing to go bankrupt in order to get it. Chapter 872. Ha ha ha. So many gold coins, silver coins, and gems. We're rich. We're really rich this time. Maris lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She screamed crazily as she grabbed a handful of gold coins and threw them into the air. It was unknown if she was too excited or if she had suffered too much mental stimulation, but her face was abnormally flushed. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked very ferocious. Eunice, who was the first to enter, found a leather bag from somewhere and began to stuff it with all her might. However, she clearly did not know how dense gold was. She stuffed the entire bag to the brim. As a result, due to the excess weight, the bag burst the moment she lifted it up. She was so angry that she stomped her feet, ignoring the two women who were mesmerized by the huge amount of wealth in front of them. Andre bent down and picked up a gold coin with the image of a dragon printed on it. He smiled and sighed. Isn't this a crazy amount of wealth? I guess those leaders who died with their eyes wide open would never have dreamed that the wealth they had accumulated over hundreds of years would all end up in our hands. That's right. The great goddess of wealth above. Gold, silver, gems. They are the most beautiful things in the world. If I could, I would be willing to sleep with them for the rest of my life. Maris crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a pious face. It seemed that she intended to become a believer of the other party. Hee, you are not the first person to be mesmerized by gold, and you won't be the last. Andre casually threw the gold coin in his hand to the ground and said meaningfully. Maris could obviously hear the hidden meaning in his words. She immediately sat up and asked, "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" Mocking? No, don't misunderstand. I'm just explaining a principle. Andre shook his head gently and asked, "Tell me in your heart, what do gold, silver, and gems represent?" Huh. You still need to ask? They represent delicious food, good wine, luxurious enjoyment. You can even bribe enough subordinates to do it. Make a career for yourself. Maurice's tone was like that of someone who worshipped money from head to toe. She hated that she could not value money more than her own life. Her attitude undoubtedly made Andre feel a little sad. He hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed and explained. Sigh, It seems that you don't understand the meaning of precious metals and jewelry. In fact, they could neither be eaten nor drunk, nor could they win people's hearts. In terms of pure practicality, they could not even compare to steel and wood, let alone the food and water needed for survival. Why do these things make people crazy? The reason was simple. They were a widely recognized medium of equivalent value, which was the currency that merchants often mentioned. What is currency? Currency was a contract between the owner and the market regarding the right to exchange. Fundamentally, it was an agreement between the owners. Let me give you a simple example. I'm a farmer who just had a bumper harvest, and I want to exchange the grain in my hands for other daily necessities. You're a fisherman, and you want to exchange the fresh fish that you've painstakingly caught for food that is easy to store. From the perspective of barter, there should be a transaction between us. But the problem is that I don't want the fish, so you have to first exchange the fish in your hands for something that I need. It just so happens that Eunice has the linen that I want, and she also accepts the linen in exchange for the fish. In this way, you first exchange the fish for the linen, and then use the linen to exchange for food. In this process, you and I both recognized the value of the linen, so it can be called currency. According to historical records, the earliest currencies used by humans were cloth, clay pots, bronze, and shells. Later on, with the improvement of metal smelting technology, they began to mint copper, silver, and gold coins. The initial currency was slightly better. At least it had a value that could be used. For example, cloth could be used to make clothes, bronze could be used to make weapons, and clay pots could be used to store water. But later on, gold and silver coins, other than being used for decoration, had no value at all. It was the recognition in people's hearts that gave them a value that originally did not exist. Think about it. One day, when a famine occurred in a certain area, no matter how much gold, silver, and jewelry you had, there was no way to buy even a grain of food. At that time, would gold and silver coins still have any meaning? Perhaps nobles and rich merchants would be willing to use all their wealth in exchange for a piece of black bread that they would not even take a look at on a normal day. Perhaps at that time, food would replace gold and silver as the new currency. Remember, currency is a contract that is recognized by the market. It is not unchanging. Gold, silver, and jewelry are the most representative of the knowledge, and they are not irreplaceable. Therefore, desperately collecting wealth and then secretly hiding it is the most stupid thing to do in this world. A truly smart person will exchange gold and silver for land, food, workshops, titles, fleets, and loyal subordinates. Through continuous expansion of industries and forces, they will achieve the goal of obtaining power. And then through this power, they will earn more wealth. This cycle will allow money to quickly circulate, thus bringing more and more wealth and power. Now, do you understand the true meaning of wealth? Everything in this room, in fact, except for the ignorance of the owner, is a problem even if you want to spend it. Without enough channels, it is no different from the stones by the shore. Andre's words not only explained the birth and nature of money in simple terms, but also pointed out the benefits of the circulation of wealth, which directly shocked the natives present. Eunice even stopped stuffing gold coins into her body. Her eyes were wide open, as if she was thinking about what she had done all these years. Maris stood up from the pile of gold coins, her whole body trembling involuntarily. This was because she already had a plan in her mind, a plan that could allow her to have power, status, and wealth in the near future. As for Nina and her animal companion, they did not care about these at all. Instead, they had a great interest in sculptures and oil paintings. Looking at the two women who were enlightened, Andre stretched out a finger, tapped his temple, and said, "Please remember, knowledge is the root of all wealth. As long as you have enough knowledge, even if you are penniless, you can create amazing value in a very short time. But if you don't have knowledge, Even if you happen to get a large sum of money, you will spend it all sooner or later. All right, my advice ends here. Now, go and choose what you like. As long as you can carry it, it doesn't matter how much you take. As for the rest, don't even think about it. I need a lot of money to build the Sardinia Islands. Chapter 873. Knowledge was power, knowledge was wealth, and knowledge could change one's fate. This was not something that could be casually said in Orire. It was a fact that happened all the time. For example, if a child from a peasant family could learn how to read and write in the common language, as well as simple arithmetic, then he would immediately be hired by a merchant or a noble. He would then jump from the bottom of society to an elite class such as a clerk or accountant. Another example would be a wandering mercenary who had comprehended the essence of command in countless wars. Not long after, he would be invited by a noble or a king to be responsible for training or commanding an army. There were many similar examples. Due to the relatively slow spread of knowledge, most of the places on the continent were in a state of serious shortage of talents. As long as one had a skill, they would not have to worry about being buried. As for those knowledgeable scholars and mages, even the kings and dukes had to show respect. Otherwise, they would be viewed with hostility by the entire intellectual class. In the end, they would not even be able to recruit people to manage the country. As a girl who was born in a poor family and had been at the bottom of society for many years, she desperately wanted to change her class. No one knew better than Maris what André's argument about wealth and currency meant. In this world where no one had systematically studied the economic structure, it was equivalent to a bright light hanging in the darkness, guiding people who were still fumbling about how to earn wealth faster and faster. If Maris was still a little ignorant before, then now she could clearly see the road to the future under her feet. As long as she walked down it steadily, it would not take long for her dream to come true. Without a doubt, for her, this was a huge improvement from her thinking to her ideas. It was a precious spiritual wealth that could not be bought with money. Therefore, when André proposed to take all the treasures in the vault, she did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she was full of smiles and took 2 small bags of gems that were worth 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Her eyes revealed undisguised admiration. André believed that as long as he hooked his little finger, he would immediately receive the most enthusiastic response from her, no matter what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with thoughts of the owner of those scarlet eyes. How could he have the time to pay attention to these boring games between men and women? One must know that André wasn't the kind of stud horse that couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. In his mind, there was always a clear order of how to deal with problems. Satisfying his desire for the opposite sex was undoubtedly ranked below his desire for knowledge. After all, to a wizard who was also a transmigrator, the ruins left behind by the Creator's race were far more tempting than a curvy woman, just as Maurice's eyes gradually revealed her resentment. Nina, who had been looking around for the mechanism to open the vault door, suddenly pointed to a wall and shouted, "I found it! The mechanism was behind this wall. I don't know how to open it." "Move aside. Let me try." André, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward and gently pushed the elven druid away. He reached out his right hand and pressed down a few times. He then shook his head helplessly and complained in a low voice, "Damn it, it's another hidden door. If I want to open it using normal methods, I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort." Eunice, who had found a heavy war hammer from somewhere, came over and asked excitedly, "Do you need me to smash it open?" André hurriedly waved his hand. "No, not at the moment. Violence can easily destroy the internal structure. It'll be troublesome if I'm accidentally trapped. I just remembered a level 2 spell today, knocking spell. I think it should be able to crack the mechanism hidden inside." Knocking spell. Eunice had obviously heard of this spell before, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hee, that's right. It's knocking spell. It can open most doors, chests, shackles, and locks that aren't protected by magic. It's a very practical spell, especially when you don't want to alarm others or make too much noise. As he spoke, Andre took 2 steps back and closed his eyes to concentrate. After a few seconds, a jerky incantation reverberated in the treasury. A ball of white light flew out from his palm and quickly sank into the wall. The originally normal wall soon let out a crisp sound, and then the entire wall began to slowly tilt. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang, revealing a staircase that led to the top. At the end of the staircase were 2 steel gates. Wow, that's really a lot. I estimate that just building these mechanisms and passageways would cost at least 100,000 gold coins. The leaders of the guilds are really sparing no expense for their own safety. Maris whistled and said sarcastically. Andre nodded slightly. That's right. No matter how sturdy a fortress is, it won't take long for it to fall once there's a problem inside. That's why I say that people like them, who only know how to crazily amass wealth, but don't know how to expand and treat their subordinates, well, are simply idiots to the extreme. Even if they took out 1/10 of the wealth in the treasury to reward their loyal subordinates, they wouldn't be deserted by their own people, especially those small guilds that have been oppressed for a long time in the lower city. I'm afraid that they've already reached the limit of their patience. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to switch factions without hesitation when they discovered that the situation wasn't good. Remember, only by learning how to distribute benefits reasonably can one become a qualified leader. Benefits can be shared but not shared. Schemes can be few but not many. This means that benefits are often something that everyone desires. If someone monopolizes the benefits and doesn't share them with others, then they will definitely attract resentment and become the target of public criticism. That's why when faced with benefits, one must weigh the pros and cons and know when to give up. But when it comes to planning, it's the exact opposite. One must have one's own opinions. Not only will listening to the opinions of too many people not be of any help, it might even sway one's will and destroy one's confidence. I'll give you these words today, and I hope that you'll remember them well. After all, it's not that easy to be the mayor of Valen City. If there's a major mistake, then I'll abandon you without hesitation. With that, Andre gave the other party a look that said, "Take care of yourself." Afterwards, he ordered the 2 shield bearers to turn the capstan. Not long after, 2 iron gates 2 inches thick started to slowly rise. Large amounts of air, with a thick smell of blood, quickly rushed in, as if telling of the fierce battle that had happened not long ago. Chapter 874. I can smell the scent of struggle and death, as well as the fragrance of the withering of life. It seems that there are no more living enemies here. Eunice took a deep breath and sighed with emotion in an aria tone. Andre glanced at the empty basement and teased with a smile, "Hee, I really couldn't tell that you're a poet with a dark style. I didn't know you had this talent before. Could it be that killing and death can bring you more inspiration?" "Poet?" Eunice curled her lips in disdain. "No, I'm just a little touched. Don't compare me with those trash." "Ha ha ha. How dare you compare poets to trash?" "Well, actually, I don't really like their poems and over-the-top stories. But as an enemy, these guys still need to be vigilant. Although their direct combat ability is not very good, no one can do better than them when it comes to confusing the opponent and stealing information." Andre had heard about the conduct of the bards in Orire. Out of 10 of them, 9.5 were playboys who often sneaked in and out of the rooms of resentful women. Just like a folk proverb described how many nobles and rich businessmen were unknowingly cuckolded, and how many ignorant girls were cheated of their virginity. All of these were the great achievements of the bards. Some daring guys even dared to pack up and elope with their belongings after having sex. When they were tired of playing with them, they would abandon them mercilessly and look for the next hunting target that could excite them. To some extent, bards and scumbags could be equated, but their misdeeds could not hide the fact that they were the best spies in the world. Andre, who had read about the profession, skills, and training of bards, always kept a high level of vigilance against these guys. He did not dare to underestimate their destructive power at all. Just as the two were talking, a few soldiers holding torches suddenly appeared in the basement. They seemed a little nervous and probably came down to check the situation after hearing the sound. One of them clearly recognized Eunice, who had obvious demonic characteristics. He hurried forward and bowed deeply with one hand on his chest. "Greetings, madam. George, Count Mantell asked us to wait here and inform you that the Allied forces have fulfilled their duty as allies. Everyone in this building has been killed. Not a single one of them has escaped." Seeing that Andre had no intention of continuing the conversation, Eunice nodded pretentiously. "I understand. Please tell the Count that we thank him for his help. The underground guilds that have ruled Valen City for hundreds of years are now history. There is only one enemy left for us to deal with, and that is the pirate King Francis and his fleet." "That's right. That's what the Count told me. He hopes that you and Mr. Andre can find some time to discuss the matter of ambushing the pirate fleet as soon as possible." The soldier obviously didn't recognize that the person standing next to him was the person he was looking for, so he nervously extended the invitation. He couldn't help but be nervous. After all, half-demons didn't have a good reputation, so he always maintained the necessary vigilance. "Don't worry, I'll bring the news to my master. There's nothing for you to do here. Please leave." Eunice obviously didn't want to waste words with an ordinary soldier and directly waved her hand impatiently. The latter didn't say anything else and bowed again. He turned and fled out of the dark basement, unwilling to stay for even a second longer. After watching these fellows disappear at the end of the tunnel, Eunice turned her head and asked Andre, "You've heard what we said just now. Are we going to move the treasures in the vault first or attend the military meeting first?" A light flashed through Andre's eyes as he shook his head, lightly. "No, neither. I have something more important to take care of apart from them. Go back to the castle and organize some men to repair the collapsed city gate. I don't want the returning pirates to see any flaws. As for the vault, don't be in a hurry to move it. I'll have the shield bearers seal the entrance from the inside. We'll talk about it after everything is over." Something more important? Is there anything more important than facing the pirate fleet? Mary, who'd been hiding in the back without saying a word, couldn't help but ask with furrowed brows. After all, her vision was limited. Perhaps in her eyes, the pirate fleet was the most powerful enemy in the entire occupation plan. She had no idea that there were still a few projections hidden in the sewers, preparing to summon the great devil. "Of course there is, but I won't tell you. There are some truths that you don't have the right to know. Go back and prepare now. The decisive battle is in a day or two. Do your best to restore order in the city. At the very least, let the residents near the docks come out of their homes. Otherwise, no matter how idiotic Francis is, he'll realize that something is wrong." With that, Andre ignored Mary's doubtful expression and directly ordered the shield bearers to pull the capstan again, completely sealing the steel gate. He then immediately contacted the wizard tower and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, he appeared in the dirty sewers of Valen City, less than 100 meters away from the summoning ritual in progress. Before he could steady himself, the half-elf great wizard Orlando appeared and asked with an unusually serious tone, "What are you doing here again? You should know that the ritual is about to enter its final stage." I still have a lot of work that needs to be done quietly. I don't have time to play with you. My apologies for disturbing your work, but I have enough reason. To be exact, it's a major discovery. Andre wasn't intimidated by the other's aura. He calmly bowed and explained his purpose for coming. It couldn't be helped. The legends of the creator's race were simply too fragmented. Only the elves who'd come to Orire from another world had some records, and this part of the records had been copied by the ancient magic civilization. Only those old fellows who'd lived for thousands of years truly knew what had happened in the Age of Thunder. Oh, Orlando subconsciously narrowed his eyes, as if trying to determine the intentions of the young man in front of him. After a full minute, he rubbed his chin and said, "Tell me, what major discovery is it that you've come to visit me instead of dealing with the pirate fleet that's about to return?" Andre smiled faintly and leaned forward. He asked in an extremely low voice, "Before I answer this question, can you first answer a question of mine? How much do you know about the creator's race, the wizards and the Sardinians? If you don't know much, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to contact your mentor." Chapter 875. Creator Race? What does your discovery have to do with the creator race? The half-elf archmage's expression suddenly changed. His originally gentle expression was instantly thrown to the back of his mind, replaced by an indescribably terrifying aura that made people unable to breathe. There was no doubt that this was his true appearance. A master who had half a foot in the legendary realm, a master who had mastered level 0 to level 9 arcane spells, the protagonist of countless bard stories, Orlando Watts. However, Andre was not frightened. He only felt that the magical energy in the air was gradually becoming a little out of his control. It was a little similar to the first time he met the legendary Realm Lich, when the latter had completely cut off his connection with magical energy. Obviously, this was an ability unique to legendary realm spellcasters. The half-elf could not completely control it for the time being, but it was enough to interfere with the casting of spells. Andre could not do anything about this overwhelming power for the time being. He could only pretend that he did not care and nodded lightly. "Yes, you can say that. I accidentally found a tunnel hidden under the sea. According to the depictions on the statues and murals, it has a history of at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years. That should be right." Orlando walked back and forth on the ground thoughtfully. His eyes glowed as if he was thinking about something. After about a minute, he stopped and raised his head to ask in a deep voice, "How much do you know about the creator race?" Andre spread out his hands helplessly. "Not much. To be exact, very little. I only have a rough understanding of a small part of it from books. I hope you can explain it to me in detail." This answer was obviously within the half-elf archmage's expectations. He hesitated for a moment and quickly explained. As the name suggests, the creator race is a race that creates life and miracles. Before the ancient elves crossed the portal and settled on this continent, there were already several native races that had established a glorious civilization. Because it was too long ago, we can't accurately determine the period of their existence. We can only roughly infer from the remnants that there were once 5 races that dominated the world 65 to 1,000,000 years ago. These guys were the creators of toad monsters, shapeshifters, Kupra monsters, Kotau fishmen, Loka fishmen, Sephir frogmen, octopus monsters, and many other amphibious intelligent creatures. The fairies were a race that was born with powerful magic abilities. They created all the fairies, including the goat fairy, the little fairy, the pike fairy, and the little fairy. The Avians were a half-human, half-bird species. They had created the harpies, tengu, and many other intelligent avian creatures. The Saluk shaman was a half-snake, half-human race with powerful magical talents. They usually had 2 branches. One of them had the head and body of a snake, while the other had the upper body of a human. All the lizardmen, nagas, and other scaly crawling races on the continent had a part of their bloodline. As for the last one, they were known as humans. Among the 5 creator races, only 3 of them had taken turns to rule the world in ancient times. The fairies and humans were undoubtedly not included. The former had no interest in ruling Oroire and created a plane that was completely different from the physical world, Zifiri. Only the fairies and soul shamans had the right to enter after death. The latter was needless to say. At that time, humans didn't even have their own language, so how could they talk about civilization? Of course, some historians once believed that humans shouldn't be included in the creator races, because whether it was the dragons or the giants, they were far more qualified than humans. In addition to the above, there was another theory that wasn't accepted by the mainstream, and that was that the 5th creator race was the supergiants. A long time ago, a ship discovered an island in the middle of the ocean. The island was surrounded by impassable cliffs. The strange thing was that the cliffs were carved with countless giant human creatures. The sailors once reported that the surrounding maze-like caves would lead the intruders to the interior of the island. The interior was full of forests, and it was spring all year round. There were all kinds of huge broken stone buildings everywhere, as well as tools and weapons that were huge even for the cloud giants. According to the speculation of scholars, there should have been a group of giant humanoid creatures that were more than 15 to 20 meters tall living here. They were likely the ancestors of the giants, or the creators of the giants. They were the 5th creator race. However, this theory is seriously lacking in evidence. So far, there are very few people who have really found the island. I have tried to find it, but to no avail. In fact, the magic that we mages use now comes from the research results of the Baz magic fish, the Ailey bird race, and the Saluk shaman, especially the last Saluk shaman. The civilization that these halflings and snakes built was the closest to our time. They also preserved the most ruins. 90% of the ancient magic civilization's technology came from them. If I remember correctly, you seem to have mentioned a shaman just now, right? Yes, a shaman called Maldija. According to the description of some mysterious words, he seemed to have created a race called the Sardinians. These guys worshipped him like a god, and even built altars and statues. Andre did not try to hide any information, and confidently told him everything he knew. After all, this information was related to the next cooperation, and the basis of cooperation was mutual trust. Moreover, deceiving a great mage who was half a step into the realm of legends was a huge risk. Interesting, an unknown creator. Can you tell me what you have discovered? Orlando's mouth curled up slightly, and his face was filled with an excited smile. To a spellcaster of his level, the ancient ruins in the ordinary sense had long lost their research value. However, the creator race was different. They had a lot of knowledge and technology that even legendary mages would covet. Andre organized his words slightly and said with a solemn expression, "A tunnel, a mysterious tunnel that can deprive all sensory organs. I even feel that it exists in another space. When you enter the central position, you will feel that your consciousness and thoughts are infinitely magnified. It feels as if your whole body suddenly becomes smarter. In addition, a pair of scarlet eyes will appear later. I can't confirm whether it is the physical body of a person or a creature, or a pure consciousness invasion." Chapter 876. What? Did I hear wrongly? Are you sure it's complete sensory deprivation? This is not a realm that mortals can achieve. Orlando opened his mouth wide in shock. This was the first time he had lost his composure in front of an outsider in nearly 200 years. He was so shocked that he could not care less about maintaining his facade. However, as a sorcerer, Andre understood what the half-elf archmage's expression meant. according to the principles of Arcana and the relationship between energy levels, it would take at least a level 11 illusion or necromancy spell to completely block the five senses without damaging the nerves. It should be noted that the highest level of ordinary spells was only level 9, and those above level 9 were collectively known as legendary spells. Only legendary mages above level 20 could cast them. Most ordinary people did not understand that legendary spells were also divided into levels. Among them, the lowest was level 10, similar to large-scale volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, blizzards, and so on. Their main characteristics were that they affected a large area, were highly lethal, and could not be precisely controlled. The ones that were slightly higher were level 11 spells, such as the anti-gravity spell that the ancient magic civilization used to uproot a city from the ground. There was also the artificial singularity that used the infinite gravity of a black hole to suck in all enemies within a radius of hundreds of meters, and so on. Their characteristics were that they involved the transformation of energy and matter, or the relationship between the essence of life and the soul. They required the caster to have a deep understanding of the various strange phenomena that existed in the universe. Even among the legendary mages, there were very few who could do this. As for the highest level, 12 spell, there was only one so far, and that was the legendary spell invented by the greatest spellcaster in human history, the ruling body of the ancient magic civilization, the first and also the last speaker of the Wildest Council, the leader of hundreds of legendary mages, and the legendary spell known as the demigod Bane de Hargot. This spell was so powerful that even the sun god Pero, who controlled the sun, contract, law, order, and many other divine positions at that time, couldn't resist it. In just a second, he was drowned by the terrifying torrent of time, completely degenerating to the time before he was born, and disappeared in the universe forever. No matter how his believers called out to him, there was no way to revive him. Of course, the backlash effect of time, reversal, was just as powerful. When the enemy disappeared, all the time that had been applied to the target would be replayed on the caster. The demigod Bane de Hargot was disintegrated into a sperm and an egg in the blink of an eye. Since his death, this incomparable spell had probably been lost, because there was no other creature in the world that could understand time so thoroughly. Even now, when the gods heard this name, they could not help but tremble. Obviously, the sensory deprivation that he had encountered in the underwater tunnel was definitely beyond the scope of level 10 magic. That was why Orlando said that it was not the domain of mortals, and that there were not many gods who could do that, in order to prevent any mistakes in judgment. Andre specially closed his eyes and recalled the feeling he had before. Then he replied with certainty, "Yes, I'm 100% sure that it was definitely sensory deprivation. Whether it was vision, pain, taste, smell, or the nervous system all over the body, all of them lost their function during that time." Very good. I think I've already developed a great interest in the place you described. If your intention is to cooperate, then we can talk about the specific matters now, Orlando said seriously while stroking his chin. Since I'm here, I'm naturally looking for a partner. The only question is whether you can guarantee to uncover the secret hidden behind the mysterious phenomenon. Andre did not have any scruples just because the other party's level was twice as high as his. Instead, he directly raised the most critical and sharp question. He really could not be sure whether the half-elf could deal with the thick black fog in the underwater tunnel. If he couldn't, then the previous discussion would be meaningless. Orlando undoubtedly understood this as well. He frowned and hesitated for a few seconds before quickly explaining, "I'm sorry, before I see and feel that power with my own eyes, I can't give you a clear answer. However, I can swear that no matter what precious thing we find in there, it will belong to you 100%. I just need knowledge, that's all. Of course, in return, I also have a small request, and that is before you confirm that this matter is beyond my ability, you can't tell a second person about it. You mean I'll hide it from your mentor first? Andre was not an idiot. He instantly sensed something unusual from the words and hurriedly probed carefully. Hee, that's right. You're a smart person. You should understand the value of the Creator's ruins. So, the fewer people who participate in the sharing, the more confidential it can be. If we really find something, it can also become our unique trump card, right? Besides, you and I are both very prideful mages. We're not willing to be protected by others for the rest of our lives, even if that person has no ill intentions. The half-elf did not seem to have any intention of hiding his intentions and openly expressed his thoughts. Although he still maintained a considerable degree of respect for the legendary level Lich, he was no longer willing to be under him. Deep in his heart, he longed to surpass his mentor. As a mage who grew up under traditional elite education, he had a similar idea long ago. After all, the Lich's education was to let his apprentices surpass or even kill him. However, the gap between the two was too big in the past, and this idea was hidden. But now, Orlando was about to enter the ranks of legendary-level mages. He felt that it was time to put this idea into action. Andre noticed the burning gaze in the other party's eyes and nodded thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. I can agree to it first, but there's one thing I have to say in advance. If this matter is beyond your ability, if this matter is beyond my ability, the alliance will immediately be terminated. I will also take the initiative to help you contact my mentor. I guarantee that it will not harm your interests. Before Andre could finish his words, Orlando automatically completed the second half of the sentence. He knew that the young man in front of him was the holder of the arcane eye in the prophecy. Not only did he receive the attention and protection of the entire Virtus Council, but he would also become a true legendary-level mage one day, just like himself. So there was no need to play those little tricks and cause trouble for himself for no reason. Chapter 877. There was often no need to speak too clearly in a conversation between smart people because they could all understand the very subtle hints and the subtext revealed in each other's actions and expressions. Andre, who had 23 points of intelligence, was undoubtedly one of the smart people. He knew that the half-elf archmage in front of him would never lie to him, nor did he have the guts to do so. After all, there was an even more terrifying legendary Lich above. If the other party really wanted to break the promise, he could definitely reveal this secret. By then, no matter how greedy Orlando was, he would not dare to disobey his powerful mentor. After thinking about this, Andre opened his palm and handed over the 2 runestones. Here, take them to the basement of the guild headquarters and find a secret room sealed by iron gates. You can use the runestones to control the puppets to open the door. The place I just mentioned is at the end of the secret room. Shield Guardians mass-produced in the Kingdom of Gorals? Why would you buy such rubbish? The half-elf archmage immediately recognized the use of the runestones. He raised his eyebrows and exclaimed as if he was looking at an idiot. No, please don't misunderstand. They were snatched from others. I'm not stupid enough to buy golems made by others. Andre hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be labeled as a retard or an idiot. After all, for a mage above the 9th tier, buying a magic puppet from a fellow mage was a sign that their brains had been crushed. This was because it was equivalent to placing a ticking time bomb beside them. Once something unpleasant happened between the two of them, the purchased magic puppet would very likely betray them. Orlando nodded in realization. Oh, I understand now. It must be those guild leaders who secretly smuggled it back from the outside without telling everyone. I can't believe they actually thought of spending such a huge price to buy 2 meaningless rubbish. Andre shrugged, non-committally. Maybe, who knows where they got the shield guardians. Anyway, they're already a bunch of dead people. I'm only concerned about, when do you plan to start the exploration? I estimate that it will take at least a week. I have to finish the summoning ritual first. Now is the most crucial time, so I don't dare to relax. As he spoke, the half-elf turned around and glanced at the evil red light at the end of the sewer. As a great mage who had lived for countless years, he had long trained himself to be extraordinarily patient. He did not immediately rush to check out the specific address. Instead, he focused on solving the current problem first, especially since this summoning involved an old enemy of his. Therefore, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Of course, Andre was also not in a hurry because he had more troubles at hand, such as dealing with the returning pirate fleet, restoring order in the city, and making the bleak maritime trade flourish again, and so on. He immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Let me know when you have the time. I'm also looking forward to seeing what secrets are hidden in the fog. No problem. That's your right and freedom. In addition, I think it's better for us to exchange secret imprints so that it's more convenient for us to contact each other in the future. After all, to some extent, you and I are already allies in the same camp, aren't we? Orlando smiled and winked. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a dragon-shaped creature drilled out of his waist and opened its mouth to spit out a burning red flame. The shape of the flame was so strange that it was like an enlarged version of a spell model. It was filled with a large number of extremely complex structures. Ordinary people would feel dizzy just by looking at it. With his superior intelligence, Andre took a full 5 minutes to barely record the flame in his mind. Then he stretched out a finger and released his own secret imprint. A slightly opened eye appeared. On the other hand, the half-elf effortlessly engraved the entire secret imprint in the depths of his memory in just a dozen seconds. He then laughed and teased, "My dear friend, don't you think your secret imprint is too conspicuous? I personally suggest that you design a new one. Otherwise, it won't be long before people start suspecting you. Don't underestimate the methods of the churches of gods. Although the divine system is not as powerful as arcane spells, it's more than enough to deal with you now. Believe me, if you don't want to be pestered by those charlatans, the best way is to erase everything that may have a connection with the arcane eye, including the giant warship docked at the port. Don't worry. Before returning to Linton City, I'll erase all traces of it completely. Moreover, you can't blame me for using these patterns related to the arcane eye. It's the left eye's influence on the subconscious." Having said that, Andre raised his arm and gently pressed it on the eye mask, feeling the terrifying power coming from it. He knew very well that this eye had always wanted to say something to him, but had never been able to express it clearly. Orlando stroked the dragon-shaped creature, lying in his palm, and silently watched Andre, who was deep in thought. After a while, he explained, "It seems that the mentor was right. With your current ability, you're not able to control a powerful artifact like the arcane eye. Once everything in the south is settled, I think you should return to the north as soon as possible to pursue that prophecy." "Prophecy? You mean the legend about the son of winter?" Andre asked with a frown. He still hadn't fully understood what relationship he had with the winter tyrant Claudian Bardine and his mount. What was the so-called evil left behind from ancient times? The half-elf smiled mysteriously, and you replied in a low voice, "Because as far as I know, this prophecy came from the great prophet Emmanuel. It must be inextricably linked to your fate. Moreover, during the ancient magic civilization, there was once a disastrous accident in a floating city, and it fell at the end of the extreme north." "What?" Andre's expression changed drastically, and he asked nervously, You're not going to say that there's a relatively well-preserved floating city hidden there, are you? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I can't give you an answer because the extreme north is a forbidden zone for life. At a glance, it's all white. I once risked my life to investigate, but I didn't find anything in the end. However, I believe that if it were you, you'd definitely find something. After all, fate is a very mysterious thing, isn't it? After saying this brainless sentence, Orlando smiled and bowed, then turned and walked into the depths of the sewers. Chapter 878. Someone once said that fate wasn't a fortuitous encounter, but an accumulation of choices. In a long life, everyone would face various choices, and these choices were like droplets of water that converged together to form a long river of fate. This also meant that everyone's fate was actually in their own hands. It was just that most people didn't realize this and would often casually make completely wrong choices in life, then complain all day about the unfairness of fate, and use the rest of their lives to pay for these choices. However, Andre clearly didn't belong to this group of people. He was very clear about the choices he'd made from the beginning and understood where his future path lay. At the same time, he didn't like to complain endlessly, because in his eyes, the essence of complaining came from the cowardice of one's character. Only a complete failure would constantly complain about this and that, never thinking about how to change themselves or their fate. After reaching an agreement with the half-elf great wizard Orlando, Andre didn't pay any attention to the ongoing search and purge in the city and quickly returned to the castle at the highest point. After all, following the fall of the underground guilds, many of the groups and individuals that had stepped on their corpses had a trace of apprehension in their hearts. They were afraid that this colossus would revive again and launch a fierce retaliation against them and their families. Therefore, even if no one gave the order, they would still do their best to eliminate such a possibility. Fortunately, there were still the legs of the shadow web to restrain them. Otherwise, a large-scale panic and chaos would have erupted long ago. Murder, robbery, rape, arson, and so on would have spread to every corner. Of course, they weren't that strong right now. At least 100 unlucky people who were identified as members of the guilds were directly beaten to death, while others were cruelly murdered and their corpses thrown on the roofs for the crows and seabirds to peck at. The dark side of human nature was infinitely magnified at this moment. In order to clear themselves of suspicion, countless residents were reporting on each other. As for how many of them were true and how many were false, there was no way to know. In reality, the initiators of this operation didn't really plan on digging up any important figures. They only hoped to use this bloody purge to let everyone in the city understand that the guilds were completely a thing of the past, a part of history. At the same time, they also wanted to warn those ambitious fellows that the turmoil was over and that it was best for them to behave. Old George stood at the top of the castle tower and looked down at everything that was happening in Valen City. He said to his allies behind him in an extremely arrogant tone, "Look, how primitive, how barbaric. This was the result of losing order. Without the guidance of the nobles, the commoners and slaves have no idea how to manage a city. I quite agree with you. Count. Just as described in the teachings of the goddess of aristocracy, Ophelia, it is the will of the entire world for the nobles to rule over the commoners. Those who do not obey us are all heretics and should be tied to the stake and burned alive." Another noble echoed loudly. There was no doubt that this was a typical conservative. Perhaps in his mind, every breath of air that the commoners breathed should belong to the nobles. No matter what decision he made, the commoners had to obey him unconditionally. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors and deserved to die. It had to be said that this logic was quite asshole. Not only did they enjoy the fruits of the labor of others with a clear conscience, but they also deprived the civilians of the right to pursue freedom. However, this kind of bastard logic was very popular on the continent. Almost 80% of the ruling class believed in it. Even the ordinary people and serfs in the exploited class felt that it was right and proper for the nobles to inform them. Why was the god of tyranny able to go against so many powerful good gods? The root of this was that there were too many lords in the material world who believed in him. His influence far exceeded that of the god of justice and law. Another noble, who was slightly younger, had a different opinion. He frowned and pointed at the chaotic streets below. Is it really okay to let them continue like this? You must know that this city now belongs to the entire alliance. We have to fork out money to repair and rebuild every bit of damage. No, you don't have to worry. I believe that Andre will take care of everything. After all, he is the true ruler of Valen City. Haven't you noticed that all the purges have been controlled within a certain range? No one has taken the opportunity to kill or rob, and no one has dared to seize territory. Old George pointed out the crux of the matter. As a veteran noble, he had seen scenes where people had completely lost their minds. Although the situation was chaotic, there were always people who stood out to stop the situation from escalating. Thus, he was very sure that everything was still under Andre's control. All right, your analysis makes sense. I actually don't care about the lives of those lowly commoners at all. I just want to know when Sir Andre will be back. We're all waiting for him to come back and discuss the ambush. Before this noble could finish his words, he saw a young man in a cloak walk in from the main entrance of the castle. He was none other than Andre, who had just come out of the sewers. Seeing this scene, the corners of old George's mouth immediately curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Hee, looks like our respected leader is back. Let's go down and welcome him together. He must have a perfect plan in his mind. I hope so. You must know that we've already lost more than a quarter of our private army. If they all die, it won't be that easy to replenish them. A noble said with a face full of worry. All right, you can't be too greedy. You have to pay a price for what you want. Compared to the enormous benefits we're about to reap, a few hundred ordinary soldiers are nothing. Remember, keep your thoughts to yourself. Andre doesn't like people playing tricks in private. Not only is he a legitimate noble conferred by the Lincoln City Council, but he's also a powerful mage. Even President Boris has hinted that he might become the next president of the Mage Association. The best way to get along with a powerhouse who's from a different world from us is to be honest, trustworthy, and humble. Only in this way can we benefit from our cooperation and not create a terrifying enemy for ourselves. As the leader of the conservative nobles, old George was very clear about what kind of people his allies were. Thus, he directly issued a warning in front of everyone. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that some of the greedy fellows wouldn't do something stupid. Chapter 879. Ha 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 ha. Welcome back, my dear friend. From the expression on your face, I can almost guess that the hunt must have been very successful. Am I right? As soon as he stepped into the hall, Andre saw old George walking towards him with a big smile and giving him a warm hug. Although the relationship between the two was far from intimate, it gave the onlookers the illusion that they were best friends. As for the others who followed behind, they also came up to say a few polite words to make their presence known, so that it would be more convenient for future cooperation. Especially Viscount Igor Warrington, who owned 2 copper mines, a saltpeter mine, and a sulfur mine. His attitude could not be described as just being polite. He even hinted that he had a young and beautiful daughter that he could send over to be Andre's mistress. However, Andre politely declined because he did not think that the young and beautiful daughter mentioned by Viscount Igor Warrington would be in line with his own aesthetic standards. It must be known that the southern city-states and even the entire continent had a preference for beautiful women to be slightly plump, which was often said to be plump and fleshy. Don't be fooled by how beautiful they looked when they wore clothes, but once they took off their corsets and long skirts, their bucket-like figures would immediately be revealed. Chloe's slender figure was actually not very popular in the aristocratic circle. If not for her family being prominent enough, she might have been ostracized and ridiculed. The only thing that made Andre feel fortunate was that although the productivity, culture, and economic standards of this world were similar to the dark Middle Ages of Europe, the hygiene habits were still quite good. At the very least, he wasn't like the French king Louis XIV, who had only bathed twice in his life. It was said that even his mistress, Madame Montez, once wrote in her memoirs that the great Sun King was covered in a stench that could make people vomit from 10 steps away. After a simple chat, old George quickly put away the smile on his face. He carefully took out the manuscript written by Master Swordsman Johannes and a piece of parchment written in the common language from his bosom. He solemnly said, "My name is Johannes. My friend, after 2 hours of intense discussion last night, all the members of the Alliance agreed that the contents of this manuscript must be kept strictly confidential and must not fall into the hands of outsiders. In order to ensure this, we have drafted a confidentiality agreement. The biggest problem now is that we have to get your consent first. Otherwise, all the terms on this paper will be empty talk." Andre glanced at the contents of the parchment and smiled playfully. "Count, based on our understanding of each other, you don't have to beat around the bush. Why don't you just say that I have to sign this agreement as well?" The reason why he said this was very simple. The terms on the parchment were mainly used to restrict the members of the Alliance. They were not allowed to disclose the contents of the manuscript to anyone, including their relatives, children, and friends. Even if they wanted to learn the contents, they had to swear an oath in the name of their family before they could read it in public. This also meant that even if someone learned all the skills recorded in it, there was no way to teach it to others. They could only follow the established rules and send the talented young people in the family to the Sardinia Islands to learn. Of course, the biggest problem was that as the donor of the manuscript, Andre was not bound by the terms, so for their own interests, the members of the Alliance hoped that he could give a guarantee that he would not copy this manuscript and give it to other people or organizations. Old George was never an idiot. He instantly realized that his behavior seemed to have crossed the bottom line of the young man in front of him. He hurriedly lowered his voice and explained, "No, please don't misunderstand. We don't mean to coerce you. It's just a discussion. After all, as a mage, you may not know how important the contents inside are to close combat professionals. As long as we are willing, we can even attract a large number of warriors and knights to serve the entire Alliance in just a few years with the contents inside. Think about it. This situation will continue for 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. How powerful will the Alliance become? And you just so happen to be the one who benefits the most. The biggest beneficiary? Count, you really know how to joke. Do you think I can't see that you are planning to control more high-end forces?" Andre sneered and exposed the other party's conspiracy. He knew better than anyone else the attraction of the noble class to the lower class in the feudal era. Not to mention the feudal era. Even in the 21st century on Earth, when the royal families of some countries were mentioned, there were a large group of so-called free and democratic modern people who would kneel down and fawn, doing their best to imitate their words and actions, thinking that it symbolized nobility and elegance. As for Oriar, it was needless to say. If adventurers and mercenaries were to choose an employer between rich merchants and nobles at the same time, most of them would choose nobles and not merchants who could afford more gold coins. The reason was simple. Nobles were the ruling class. Working for them meant that there was a chance to enter the upper class. Although merchants also belonged to the social elite, their nature was like pigs in a pen. Once an accident happened, they would immediately become scapegoats. Not only would they not be able to ensure the safety of their own property, They might even lose the lives of their family members. It was also because of this that countless merchants who had made a fortune desperately wanted to get a noble title, even if it meant giving up half of their property. The conservative nobles, led by Old George, had the purpose of using the contents of the manuscript. On one hand, it was to improve the combat skills of the family's descendants. On the other hand, it was to continuously attract the wandering warriors and knights. Then, they would use their noble status to absorb a large number of talents. According to the values of this world, it was believed that out of 10 people, at least 8 would rely on them, and the rest would be recruited by the smugglers. In the long run, the power of the nobles would become stronger and stronger, and the power of the merchants would become weaker and weaker. In the end, they might even be pushed out. How could Andre, who had always liked to check and balance power, sit by and watch this happen? His purpose was to build a country where mages ruled over nobles, and not a country where mages were ruled over by nobles. Old George was obviously a little unwilling to give up. He took a deep breath and continued, "All right, I admit that we have some ideas in this regard. But please don't forget that you are also a member of the noble class. Compared to those lowly smugglers, we are the friends that you can really trust and rely on. I don't understand why you keep protecting the smugglers and even share the benefits with them. After all, the ones who came all the way here with the army to support you are not them, but us." Chapter 880. In the face of Old George's questioning, Andre did not even blink. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Do you really want to know why I let those smugglers join the alliance? Or do you just look down on their lowly origins? Or do you not want to share the benefits with them? In fact, I have long known that you have always been dissatisfied with me accepting smugglers as members of the alliance, but you do not know that their existence, whether it is the entire alliance or you and me, has great benefits. This benefit is not reflected in money or power, but is hidden and cannot be seen with the naked eye. I call it the competition mechanism." Competition? Old George obviously did not like this word and subconsciously frowned. For an old aristocrat like him, he had long been accustomed to enjoying the convenience of monopoly and completely did not understand the great benefits that competition could bring. Andre nodded expressionlessly. "That's right. It is competition. Perhaps you do not understand the meaning of it, but I will explain it to you now. First of all, you have to understand what is healthy competition and what is vicious competition. The former refers to the process of individuals or organizations competing for benefits under the premise of abiding by the industry's rules. Not only does this kind of competition not cause any harm, but it also maximizes the strength of both sides of the competition and continues to grow in confrontation with each other. The latter is the exact opposite. It is a kind of unscrupulous means to achieve the goal: assassination, poisoning, hiring spellcasters to cast curses, and so on. As long as they can think of it, they will not hesitate to take action in order to get what they want. These guys do not hesitate to trample on all the laws and morals in the world. They are out-and-out saboteurs. To some extent, the consequences of vicious competition are not limited to this. In serious cases, it can even lead to social unrest and make people lose their sense of security. Therefore, we must avoid vicious competition as much as possible and encourage healthy competition that can bring benefits and vitality. After all, humans are a very strange race. If there is an environment without external pressure, they tend to be content with the status quo and sometimes take big steps backward. However, if there was an evenly matched opponent, they would immediately become nervous, afraid that their interests would be taken over by the opponent. Then, they would use all means to force themselves to become stronger quickly. This was the sense of anxiety that many scholars had mentioned before. Whether it is a person or a country, if there is no sense of crisis, there is only one end waiting for it in the end, and that is destruction. Looking at history, there are countless similar examples, so there is no need for me to say more. What I want to say is that if you want to maintain your sense of crisis, you must have a suitable opponent, and the smugglers are the opponents that I have prepared for you. Think about it. If there were no enemies and the Alliance controlled most of the southern waters, what would you or your descendants do? It's very simple. The expansion of the Alliance will stop here. Apart from me, everyone will start to be satisfied with the current situation. They will lose themselves in the great wealth and power, slowly decaying and falling until they are replaced by a new force full of vitality, becoming the dust of history. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Look at the guilds that have ruled Valen City for hundreds of years. They are the best example. Due to the lack of competitors, the organization slowly evolved from the initial aggressive attitude to only wanting to maintain the status quo. In the end, I personally pushed them into the abyss of eternal damnation, and there was no possibility of them ever rising again. Could it be that you also want your family to face destruction one day? Andre's words were very serious, but also very thought-provoking. In particular, a few of the older elders lowered their heads in contemplation, as if considering whether they were wrong to exclude the smugglers. One must know that for the nobles, there was nothing more important than the inheritance of their family. In order to guarantee this, they were willing to do almost anything, even sacrificing themselves. Of course, the most important thing was that Andre explained a completely new point of view for them. That was that people were born in hardship and died in peace. Perhaps this was already a common theory on Earth, but it was still rather novel in this world. At the very least, one could tell from old George's expression of shock and fear that his heart was definitely not calm right now. In fact, the nobles had been researching since a long time ago on how to ensure that their family's inheritance would never end. They had tried to unify and centralize power, and they had also tried to spread out the heirs of the family who didn't have the right to inherit and spread their branches and leaves in every corner of the continent. However, it was a pity that although these methods had achieved some results, they were still too far away from the word forever. If one were to flip through the ancient historical records in the library, they would discover that the number of famous clans that had been passed down from the ancient empires thousands of years ago was less than 5. Most of them had been weakened by the repeated wars and riots, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. But now, the nobles suddenly discovered a completely new point of view, and that was that competition could maintain the family's internal unity and vitality, as if they had discovered a new continent. They couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts and began to whisper to each other. The entire hall was filled with whispers, and it took a full 10 minutes before it gradually quieted down. Old George deliberately coughed twice to signal for everyone to shut up, and then asked solemnly, "How can you guarantee that there will always be a healthy competition between us and the smugglers? What if someone breaks the rules?" Seeing that everyone had accepted his idea, Andre immediately replied with a smile, "Hee, that's a good question. I've said before that the alliance isn't my alliance alone, but everyone's alliance. Therefore, we will establish rules that suit everyone's interests and ensure that even if the competition fails, you can still withdraw with the remaining wealth. At that time, whether you are a merchant or a noble, you will still be a noble. Your identity, status, and wealth will not be affected at all. In this way, the competition will be limited within the alliance, and it won't touch everyone's bottom line. As for the violation of rules that you mentioned, we can vote to decide how to punish according to the specific terms that the other party has violated. In this regard, the alliance will not be lenient. More importantly, in this competition, you have the absolute advantage from the start. If you still let the smugglers surpass you, then wouldn't you be a little too incompetent? Chapter 881. Nobles were proud, but at the same time, brave. Although they had the same shortcomings as ordinary people, at least they would not choose to run away. Even the weakest among them had the courage to raise their weapons in times of danger and fight to the death with the enemy. Since Andre had said so, old George naturally had to respond. After communicating with everyone present with his eyes, he immediately said confidently, "Very well, we'll believe you this time. Competition is competition. They're just smugglers. No matter how hard they work to develop, they can't be a match for the nobles." Hee, then I'll wait and see. Andre nodded playfully and had no intention of refuting. As a transmigrator who lived in an extremely developed commercial area in his previous life, he was well aware of the difference between merchants and nobles. If it was a competition of comprehensive strength, the former would not be a match for the latter, at least not at this stage. However, if the competition was limited to the commercial field, the nobles would be completely insignificant. After all, in the process of pursuing profits, merchants would not care about the so-called face at all. As long as they did not exceed the scope of the rules, their imagination and creativity were far above everyone else, especially their lower limit, which was simply outrageous. Although the alliance had just been established, and the nobles had almost an absolute advantage, with the expansion of the alliance and the prosperity of trade, the smugglers would soon rely on their excellent business skills to slowly narrow the gap and even completely overtake them. Hopefully, by then, these arrogant fellows would still be as confident as they were now. Old George had no idea that he and the others had jumped into a big hole dug by others. He pointed to the parchment full of treaties on the table and asked, "What do you think we should do with this? Are we going to let it become invalid?" Andre smiled and shook his head. "No, there's no need for that. Although I won't sign it, I can give you a guarantee that I won't spread the contents of the manuscript in the southern region, at least not on a large scale. So, it can still be a trump card for you. Is that so? That's great. I thank you on behalf of all the members of the Alliance." With that, old George hurriedly stood up and bowed elegantly. Andre did not want to be rude. He stood up and bowed, slightly. "You're too polite, my dear friend. Like you said, I'm also a member of the noble class and the founder of the entire alliance. Naturally, I will consider the interests of the whole group." A conflict of interest erupted, but after the two of them looked at each other and smiled, it disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere in the hall instantly eased up. As the saying went, no matter if it was a country or an organization, conflicts always existed objectively. They couldn't disappear because of a certain person or something. Therefore, how to solve internal conflicts became the standard to measure the ruling ability of the superior. It was obvious that Andre had made a mistake. Not only had he turned the conflict between the nobles and the smugglers into a healthy competition, but he had also successfully achieved the balance of power. Looking at the eyes of the nobles in the hall, it was clear that they were no longer against this young man leading them. After returning to his seat, old George carefully put away the manuscripts and parchments on the table, and then said in a deep voice, "The internal matters are settled. Should we now discuss the problem of the pirate fleet? You have to know that they are not as easy to destroy as gangs. As long as the ships and people are still there, there will always be a day when they rise from the ashes." As everyone knew, there were two reasons why the ancient profession of pirates could not be banned. First, the profits were too great. Even if they were the most successful in snatching a small boat with a carrying capacity of more than 10 tons, they could instantly get rid of poverty and live a wealthy life that countless people envied. Even many valiant fishermen would occasionally become pirates, looting small merchant ships that passed by. Second, there was too much mobility. As long as they were not completely wiped out in one go, even if only a dozen people and a ship escaped, they could quickly gather people and return to their old profession. It was precisely because of these 2 points that the pirates could quickly recover even if they suffered heavy losses for a while. If they were allowed to find a deserted island or harbor where they could resupply and rest, it would not take long for them to take root like the pirates of the Sardinia Islands and become a headache for countless forces. Andre clearly knew what old George was worried about. He smiled slightly. Discuss? No, I don't think this matter is worth discussing. You just need to carry out the plan that has been formulated. Don't worry. This time, not a single pirate or ship can escape from my sight. So, you already have a complete plan. Old George deliberately pretended not to hear the strong attitude revealed in his tone, completely putting himself in the position of being led. As they got to know each other better, he realized that it was not a bad thing to let Andre become the leader of the conservative nobles. After all, in the southern region, where the feudal lords were fighting, finding a capable and ambitious leader was harder than finding pearls from the sea. That's right. You don't have to worry about the pirates. You just need to hand over the command of the Allied forces to me. I promise that by tomorrow's sunset at the latest, there will be no more pirates in the entire Southern Sea region, because the Alliance will replace them and become the most terrifying force in this region of the sea. After saying that, Andre reached into his waist bag and took out a piece of parchment that he had already prepared. He placed it on the table and slowly spread it out. There was a detailed drawing of a brand new design of a ship that was completely different from the existing one. This is... Old George stood up excitedly. He could tell at a glance that the ship on the drawing was very similar to the Eye of Arcane in terms of appearance, especially the holes on both sides. It was obvious that they were for cannons. The only thing that puzzled him was that although the drawing was very detailed, there was no length mark at all. Even if a shipwright obtained it, it would take a lot of effort to build it. Andre smiled as he knocked on the drawing, and replied with a smile, "Ha, this is a small gift, and also the cornerstone for the Alliance to dominate the southern waters in the future. You may have noticed that there is no scale on it because it can be big or small. It can be used as a merchant ship or a warship, and can even be used for both purposes at the same time. I can assure you that it is faster than any current ship type, and its ability to withstand wind and waves is also very strong. In essence, it is no different from the giant ship that I personally built." Chapter 882. Looking at the densely packed lines, Old George seemed to see a beautiful sailboat appearing on paper. It did not have the clumsiness of Lincoln City's main battleships, nor was it bloated like most merchant ships. It was like a young girl on a ship showing off her outstanding grace. In particular, the 3 tall masts could definitely provide sufficient power for the ship. In addition, it could hang a large number of jib sails, bow sails, and stern sails. Even if the wind was against them, they could still adjust their course and achieve a very good speed. Most importantly, it was equipped with unprecedented weapons, cannons. Whether it was the shooting range or the accuracy, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to all types of ships. Once it reached a certain scale, not to mention pirates, even every port city in the southern seas would tremble under its deterrence, as the nobles of Lincoln City, who relied on maritime trade to develop and expand, there was almost no one who did not know about ships. Thus, they began to talk excitedly with each other. Their eyes shone with a chilling, scorching light as they looked at the blueprint. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Old George took a deep breath and sighed. "You're really a demon who knows how to play with people's hearts. Tell me, what price do we have to pay to get it?" From the moment he saw the blueprint, he knew that he could not refuse such a temptation. He only hoped that the price would not be too high. Otherwise, the nobles would lose their relatively equal status and completely become the other party's vassals. "Demon? Ha ha ha. You're not the first person to describe me like that, and you won't be the last. It doesn't matter. If I'm a demon, then I'm a demon. It's still better than a demon, isn't it? Andre laughed self-deprecatingly. Due to his personality, he was always inclined to use benefits and brains to solve problems instead of simple and violent killings. This was similar to how demons lured mortals into depravity, so it was not surprising that he was described as a demon. It should be known that in the minds of many nobles, the word devil itself was not a derogatory term. Instead, it was the embodiment of wisdom and tactics. Some dictators and tyrants would even hire devils as their aides to help them suppress the resistance from the lower class. As for whether the tyrant would subdue the demon or the demon would cripple the tyrant, that would depend on who was more skillful. After laughing for a while, Andre quickly calmed down. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped the blueprint as if he was thinking about something. After about a minute or two, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Actually, my request isn't high. There are only 2 points. As long as you can agree to them, I will take out the corresponding measurements. I guarantee that after any shipwright has seen it, they will be able to build the ship perfectly according to the data recorded on it. Please tell me, what are the 2 points?" Old George knew that the price would not be small, but he had to listen to it anyway. After all, advanced shipbuilding technology was the cornerstone of dominating the ocean. Whoever had faster, sturdier, and heavier ships would gain a decisive advantage. Old George originally thought that the young man before him would never be able to produce the blueprint of the mystical eye, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the young man's boldness and breadth of mind. First, in the future, this kind of sailing ship called the Galen ship can only be manufactured in the Sardinia Islands. You can have your own shipyard, but each ship must be clearly marked with the buyer. When the Alliance needs them, you have the right to temporarily requisition them. Second, I want you to hand over the ownership of all the private soldiers on the island. From now on, they will no longer belong to any family, but to the entire Alliance to maintain law and order and suppress riots. Andre had no intention of being polite at all. He stretched out 2 fingers and made his conditions clear. For him, technology and knowledge had never been a problem. The real problem was the lack of human resources. Whether it was the manpower in management or the manual laborers at the lower levels, none of them could satisfy his appetite. Intensification and industrialization were not things that could be done with 8 to 10,000 people. It required the participation of at least 1 million people, especially when the mechanical technology of this world was so backward. A large amount of labor was needed to make up for it. Perhaps magic could replace some of it, but it was still far from enough. Old George seemed to be aware of Andre's purpose. He stroked the beard on his chin and thought for a moment. Then he immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, these 2 conditions are not harsh. We can accept them. But there is a problem. Who will those private soldiers that belong to the Alliance listen to in the future? Andre shook his head playfully and teased with a smile, "Ha, my friend, you are really a cautious old fox. You even noticed such a small detail. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. They will only be loyal to the Alliance in the future, not to an individual. After I deal with the pirates, I will transfer the military power to all the members of the Alliance. At that time, we will vote to decide who will be the commander of this army." Vote. Old George could not believe that the other party would hand over the command of the army so easily. An unconcealable surprise appeared on his old face. "Yes, vote. Just as I promised before, the Alliance is an alliance of everyone. Every shareholder has the right to express their own opinions and decide the future direction of the Alliance. As long as they do not violate the rules set in advance, no one can interfere, including me." In order to drag the nobles into the water, Andre had also lost all his integrity. Without hesitation, he began to paint a big picture, creating an illusion of selflessness. But in reality, there was probably no one in the whole of Orire who knew how to operate a joint stock alliance better than him. For example, equity dilution, hostile acquisitions, and so on. As long as he was willing, he could take back the rights he had given out at any time. Undoubtedly, old George did not know about this. He was surprised and exclaimed, "I have to say that you are the strangest person I have ever met. You obviously have the ability to earn more profits alone, but you are willing to share with others. I am now more and more convinced that you will definitely be a perfect ally. The only thing I want to say is that I wish us a happy cooperation. Ha 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 ha. Please rest assured, I am a generous person, and I am never stingy in sharing power and wealth. The only thing I can't tolerate is betrayal. So, as long as you can promise to be loyal, I can guarantee that our cooperation in the future will be very happy." After saying that, Andre stood up and marked a few units of length in the blank space of the parchment. Then he glanced at the people who were looking forward to it, and there was an extremely sharp light in his eyes. Chapter 883. The nobles left with the huge sail design blueprint. They left contentedly, ready to find a secluded place to split the profits. Although in front of outsiders, these guys were a group, but in private, each of them represented their own family. There were many disputes and filthy disputes between each other, behind closed doors. They would probably quarrel with each other to decide who would benefit the most from this ship innovation. After all, even if the Galen sailboat was not equipped with cannons, it was better than any existing merchant ship in terms of operation speed and carrying capacity. The nobles knew very well that without the cannon casting technology and gunpowder formula, they could not get their hands on warships. Therefore, they planned to monopolize the merchant ships directly. Even if they could not, they wanted to occupy as much market share as possible. This was because in the future, whoever could build more new merchant ships would have a greater influence on the sea merchants. Whether it was to earn more profits or suppress their competitors, it was a trump card that was hard to come by. However, Andre did not care about the thoughts of the nobles. He sat alone in the chair that originally belonged to the pirate king, Francis, in the castle hall. His handsome face did not have a trace of a smile, and he looked so lonely, as if he was separated from everything around him and even the whole world. Just as this inharmonious atmosphere became more and more intense, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Mia, who had disappeared for a while. She did not care about showing her identity as a cat person, especially when she combined the elegance of a cat and the sexiness of a woman after shape-shifting. Her whole body exuded a powerful and fatal attraction. Even the soldiers guarding the door forgot to stop her and let her swagger through. Of course, even if the soldiers reacted, they would not be able to stop this cat person assassin who was known for her flexibility and agility. Mia ignored the stunned expressions of the soldiers and went straight to the chair. She knelt on one knee and said in a very pleasant voice, "Master, I have completed the task you gave me. All the remaining rat people have now united around Patty and elected him as the new leader. As long as you give the order, I can immediately get these guys to do anything for you." Andre nodded casually. "Well done. Control them well. Make sure they don't cause any trouble before the pirates are eliminated. Don't let them get involved in the upcoming battle." Mia licked her lips with a fervent expression and replied, "Understood. You'll soon see a tribe of 100% obedient rat folk. They'll worship you like a god." Perhaps she was influenced by the nature of the cat people, but she seemed to enjoy playing with the rat people in the palm of her hand. She even had a very strong cult tendency. God knew what kind of dangerous ideas she had instilled in those young fellows. The cults in Orire did not refer to churches that believed in evil gods. Instead, they referred to individuals or organizations that worshipped demons, devils, evil dragons, and other powerful creatures. Mages were naturally included in that category as well. Many residents of remote and backward areas, as well as those who lived in the wild, such as gnolls, goblins, kobolds, orcs, half-orcs, and other races with low intelligence, were likely to be enslaved by the evil mages who intended to become gods. By preaching violence and fear, coupled with the various strange effects of magic, it wouldn't take long for these ignorant fellows to begin to worship the powerful mages. Eventually, they would become qualified fanatics. Don't think that this was a joke. There were always a few smart people in the world. Most of them were fools. This was no exception even in the 21st century, where information was highly developed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cults in the world and all kinds of terrorism spreading everywhere. In fact, the famous god of concealment, Victor, had used a similar method. Before he had become a real god, he had carefully established a church in the wilderness and cultivated believers. The moment he lifted up his throne, he had immediately advanced from the lowest level of divine power to the lowest level of divine power. He had pointed out the path for the latecomers who attempted to ascend to godhood with the body of a mortal. However, this method obviously touched on the sensitive nerves of the other gods. In addition, there were also demons and devils who stirred up trouble. Finally, under the proposal of the god of protection, all the gods jointly drafted an agreement. This was the famous Declaration of Faith in history. In this 100,000-word declaration, the rights and obligations between gods and believers were clearly stipulated. It also pointed out that those who had not yet become a member of the gods, no matter how powerful they were not qualified to receive the faith of mortals. They were defined as complete cults, and those who violated them would be jointly besieged by the churches of the gods. Although André scoffed at this treaty, which was similar to the Pope's Meridian Treaty on Earth, he did not want to attract the attention and hostility of the gods for no reason because of the relationship between faith. The Pope's Meridian was in 1493 AD. In order to settle the maritime dispute between Portugal and Spain, Pope Alexander VI set the Meridian line 100 kilometers west of the Azores and Cape Verde Islands as the dividing line. He also assigned all the land west of the line to Spain and all the land east of the line to Portugal. This rude treaty did not take the inhabitants of the Asian, African, American, and Australian continents seriously at all. Even the French King Francis, I had once mocked it. I want to see Adam's will. In his will, he divided the earth between Spain and Portugal. In order to prevent the bold cat girl in front of him from acting recklessly, André had to secretly sigh and warn her, "You know what, Mia? I don't care at all what you do to those little mice, and I don't care how you play with their feelings. I only hope that you remember one thing, and that is to not casually violate taboos, especially when it involves the gods and faith. I am a mage, a pursuer of knowledge and truth. I will never need the power of faith. Do you understand?" In the face of André's warning gaze, Mia's heart trembled. She hurriedly lowered her head and carefully replied, "Yes, I understand, Master." "Very good. You may leave now. Don't get involved in anything before you receive my orders." After saying that, André waved his hand lightly and closed his eyes again. He leaned back in his chair as if he wanted to rest. "As you wish, my respected master." Mia muttered softly. She stood up and bowed respectfully before turning around and disappearing at the end of the hall. She did not even look at the soldiers guarding the door from the beginning to the end. She completely treated them as air, statues, and other decorations. Chapter 884. After Mia left, André took a 2-hour nap on the chair to relax his taut nerves. He then opened his eyes and began to make targeted arrangements. The first to take action was the Arcane I docked in the harbor, as well as all the other ships in the company. All of them followed the order to leave the harbor and hide on the other side of the island, quietly waiting for the signal from the lighthouse. Once the enemy entered the harbor, they would immediately seal off the escape route and destroy every ship that attempted to escape with their ferocious firepower. Next, the cannons dismantled from the ships were all placed near the high vantage points, near the harbor. Every cannon was equipped with sufficient gunpowder and grape shot. They would be able to massacre the harbor with a single order. There were also many crossbowmen and musketeers placed at high vantage points along with the cannons. Their mission was to kill as many enemies as possible and strike at their morale. If possible, it would be best to stun the pirates in the first round. The last and most important part was the frontal battle, which was completely done by the professional soldiers of the Allied army. They were in units of 100, and they were scattered in the warehouses where the knights were hiding at the docks. After a long-range attack, they would rush out at the first moment, quickly cut the enemy apart, and then kill them bit by bit. As elites from the era of cold weapons, there was no need to doubt the close combat abilities of the nobles' private armies. This was especially true when they were in a square formation. Even if they were attacked by enemies several times their size, they would still be able to remain unmoved. Of course, the underground wizard tower wouldn't be idle either. Angus, who was in charge of the overall situation, would be monitoring the battle situation at the harbor through a magical mirror. He would immediately transfer energy and launch a fatal magical attack whenever there was a strong resistance. As orders were sent out from the castle hall one after another, this city that had just experienced an underground war, riot, and purge quickly operated according to Andre's will. With Willie Galt taking the lead, the remaining smugglers opened their secret warehouses one after another and offered up the food and daily necessities they had stored in case of emergency. In less than 3 hours, the entire Valen city regained a semblance of peace. Although many of the residents were still a little timid, they at least dared to walk out of their homes and buy the food they needed to survive in the market. The only thing they couldn't understand was that the unscrupulous merchants didn't take advantage of this opportunity to increase their prices and continued to sell at a fair price. This completely overturned the common people's understanding of the smugglers. If they had not seen the cunning in his eyes, they would have thought that the glory of the god of justice and law had finally descended upon this archipelago that had been forgotten by the civilized world. Obviously, all of this was instructed by Andre. He only had one goal, and that was to make the streets look more lively as soon as possible to prevent Pirate King Francis from noticing the turmoil in the city. While everything was proceeding according to the original plan, dozens of nautical miles away, the majestic fleet began to lower their sails, decelerate, and then drop their anchors. As the sun had already sunk below sea level, and the pirates did not want to risk sailing at night, it was inevitable that they stopped to rest. As they had just successfully destroyed the navy of their archenemy, Linton City, not long ago, everyone looked quite excited, especially on the deck of the ship, where drunken sailors and pirates full of nonsense could be seen everywhere. They didn't seem to be worried about being attacked at all, and were indulging themselves to their heart's content. Even the captains had no intention of restraining them, and instead joined in to fool around. But this wasn't surprising. After all, they had just experienced a thrilling naval battle. Although the number of casualties wasn't high, many of them were the elites of the elites. Just the captains, bosuns, first mates, second mates, and so on who had participated in the sneak attack numbered at least 90 people. Now, many of the officers on the ship were rookies who had been promoted from the bottom, under the fear of death. Every pirate was under immense psychological pressure, so they had to vent properly after their victory. If anyone dared to stop them at this time, it might immediately lead to a riot. Even Pirate King Francis could only let it be. Sea Wolf Kent stood on the deck at this moment, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the chaotic scene of the ship in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly revealing a trace of a cold smile. He then muttered to himself, "Drink, laugh, mess around. This is your last party before your death. When you return to Valen City, I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry." Just as he finished speaking, a sneaky little man crawled down from the mast and quickly approached him, saying in a low voice, "Captain, I just received a response from the lady. Captain Vesta is willing to join your side." Oh, that old fox finally thought it through. "Tell me, how many captains have already chosen to stand on our side?" Kent asked without turning his head. 40, my good captain. Now, there are 40 ships that are willing to follow your lead. Once you successfully kill Francis, you will be the new pirate king." The little man excitedly waved his fist in the air as he replied, 40, huh? Seems a bit lacking." Kent muttered softly as he stroked the stubble on his chin, his gaze immediately becoming sharp. "But it doesn't matter. I believe that many people will make a wise choice before daybreak tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to send them to hell." The little man undoubtedly understood the meaning of his captain's words and immediately shivered in fear. He asked carefully, "Aren't you afraid that they'll tell Francis about this?" Kent shook his head with a disdainful smile. "No, they don't have the guts. The captains I've chosen are either dissatisfied with that old fellow Francis for a long time or ambitious enough to obtain more power. To them, a dead pirate king is a good pirate king." "I hope so. I'll continue to watch from the mast and inform you as soon as there's news." With that said, the short man bowed slightly, and then, like a monkey, he climbed to the top of the mast and silently watched the movements of the other ships. As a trusted aide of the Sea Wolf, he was well aware of the consequences of starting a rebellion. If they were lucky enough to succeed, then they would naturally soar to the top of their lives. But if they failed, all the participants were bound to suffer a bloody purge. If they were lucky, they could run out and do it alone. If they were unlucky, not only would they be hanged, but their families would also be unlucky. Kent did not pay attention to the complicated thoughts of his subordinates. He still stood expressionlessly at the bow of the ship, his eagle-like eyes staring at Francis' flagship. His right hand subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and his whole body exuded a faint murderous aura. As they got closer and closer to their destination, he began to have the urge to stab his sword into the other party's heart. Fortunately, there was only one night left. Otherwise, he was not even sure if he could control the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. Chapter 885. A night full of conspiracies was always particularly restless. Many of the pirates involved could not sleep the entire night. The ships kept in contact with each other, and anyone who paid attention would notice the flashing lights at the bow and stern of the ships. However, it was a pity that Pirate King Francis did not realize this. He was now full of himself because of the unprecedented victory, immersed in the fantasy of building a pirate kingdom, unable to extricate himself. His trusted subordinates around him were doing their best to flatter him so that they could find a good position in the country that was about to be built. These pirates did not notice that the noose around their necks was slowly tightening. It would not be long before they were exhausted to death. When the sun rose from the horizon again, all the conspiracies disappeared with the darkness. The huge fleet had completely split into two camps at dawn. One decided to follow Seawolf Kent and start a rebellion, while the other decided to remain loyal to Francis and build an independent pirate kingdom. Especially after the anchors were raised again, the captains who had made their choice began to slow down, slowly gathering at the back of the fleet. For them, from the moment they made their choice, there was no turning back. With Francis' usual cruel and cunning style, there was no way he would let any of the rebels go. So, it was either success or failure. There was no third way. A strange atmosphere began to spread in the fleet. Many pirates who had not been completely numbed by the alcohol seemed to have noticed something. They immediately stopped drinking and started to carefully observe the movements of every ship around them. But Kent did not care about this. He had ordered before midnight that everyone on his ship was forbidden to drink, so the crew seemed to be in good spirits. No one in the world was a fool. No matter how low a pirate's IQ was, they could still find some clues from their captain's unusual behavior. Moreover, Kent had not concealed his intentions from the beginning. Even an idiot could feel the murderous aura emanating from his body. Just as he was caressing the coin with the image of a spider in his palm and considering whether to send a message to Andre, the coin suddenly began to turn red and hot, as if it was going to melt. Without any hesitation, Kent quickly returned to the captain's room and carefully locked the door before throwing the coin on the floor. Instantly, the golden coin began to melt into a pool of liquid, slowly spreading in all directions. Finally, it formed a circular plane that looked like a mirror. The figure projected on the flat surface was none other than Andre, who had been busy all night. As he hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights, he looked very tired. There were obvious dark circles around his eyes. He was holding a crown made of gold in his hand. The crown was inlaid with dozens of white pearls, the largest of which was the size of a chestnut. It was obvious that it was priceless. Kent didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. "Master, do you have any instructions for contacting me at such a critical time?" Andre smiled and shook his head. "No, it's nothing. I just wanted to inform you that the pirates' fortress has been conquered and the underground guild has been completely eradicated. Now, the entire plan is only one step away." "What?" Kent was shocked. He quickly asked, "Didn't you plan to kill Francis first before touching the underground guild and the castle? Could it be that something has happened?" "Something happened? Yes, a lot of things have happened on the island while you were away, but that's not the main point. The main point is, how many pirates can you control now?" Andre asked while fiddling with the crown in his hand, avoiding the main point and dwelling on the trivial. Kent's attitude was obviously a little hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and answered truthfully, "1/3. 1/3 of the captains in the entire fleet have already defected to me. Some of them seem to want to be bystanders. Only a little more than 1/3 of the captains still choose to be loyal to Francis." As an ambitious person, he instinctively wanted to resist exposing his strength, but considering the terrifying means of this young man in front of him, he chose to compromise. After all, whether it was to obtain power or enjoy wealth, there was a prerequisite, and that was to be alive. Andre deliberately pretended not to see the unwillingness in Kent's eyes. He smiled meaningfully. "Hee, not bad. You have 1/3 here. Grays and Omar still have a portion. I think it should be enough. Remember, when we reach the shore in a while, tell your men not to rush to get off the boat. Stay here obediently, or else I can't guarantee their safety. Don't get off the ship? Don't you want us to attack first?" Kent frowned. He did not seem to understand why there was such a strange order. "No need. I have arranged everything in advance. You just need to be a bystander and watch with your eyes wide open. Watch how Francis is about to reach the peak of his life, and how I personally push him down the abyss. You can think of it as an opera that has reached the climax, and our dear Pirate King is the star of this play." After saying that, Andre's face quickly showed a mixture of coldness and cruelty. He handed the crown to Eunice, who was standing next to him. "Here, when Francis reaches the shore, you take the opportunity to offer this crown, and then say the lines I have prepared for you. When that old guy begins to think that he has been crowned king, use your weapon to cut off his head." The half-demon took the crown, and the corner of her mouth drew an arc. She said excitedly, "Wow, first give the enemy a beautiful hope, and then pull them back from hope to cruel reality. My dear master, You are really too evil, too cold, and ruthless. Evil? Cold? No, no, no. How can you think like that? I let the enemy taste what he dreamed of at the last moment of his life. How can this be considered evil and cruel? This is kindness. In order to make this crown, I did not sleep for the whole night. Although Andre said this seriously, as long as one noticed the light in his eyes, one would know that he must be laughing in his heart. As for Kent, who had been silent all this time, his body was already soaked in sweat. He had always thought that he was cold and ruthless to his enemies, but now, seeing the feast that Andre had prepared for Francis, he immediately felt that he was as pure as a sacred samurai. God, was there anything more cruel in the world than standing at the peak of life, and then being pulled into the abyss? If he could choose, Kent would rather never have such a day. Chapter 886. The southern seas in summer were always filled with all kinds of beautiful sceneries. The turquoise sea water, the magnificent coral reefs, and a large number of unknown tropical fishes shuttling back and forth. All of these together formed an indescribable scene, especially the frigate birds flashing across the sky, indicating to everyone in the fleet that land was not far ahead. Francis was standing on the deck at this moment, smiling as he admired the huge fleet under his control, his eyes showing great ambition. As an old man who could die at any time, he could not wait to build a pirate kingdom with his own hands so that his descendants could be like real nobles and pass down the family line forever. Of course, this was not easy, because pirates who were used to being free and undisciplined would find it difficult to accept that there would be a group of nobles riding on their heads in the future. After all, they were not obedient serfs or tenants, but desperados who would take out their knives and kill people at the slightest disagreement. If they were angered, let alone an elected pirate king, even the real king would be killed without hesitation. Therefore, Francis wanted to take advantage of the aftermath of this great victory to settle the whole thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, it was hard to guarantee that the captains would not have other ideas. In order to ensure that there were no accidents, he specially separated the two most prestigious captains, Kent and Grace. One stayed by his side to monitor, and the other was sent to launch a surprise attack on Lincoln City. In this way, the two could not collude in a short period of time to stop him from achieving his dream. It had to be said that Francis was worthy of being a pirate king for a full 20 years. He was quite outstanding in terms of tactics and easily resolved the biggest threat. After that thrilling sea battle, whether it was Seawolf Kent or pirate Queen Grace, their reputations had risen very quickly. In addition, they were so young and had obviously become a very big threat. Francis did not want to take decades of painstaking planning to benefit others in the end. Just as he was secretly thinking about how to ensure that he could become king, a lookout suddenly shouted, "Land! There's land ahead! We're home!" "What? That's great! Ha 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 ha! We've finally returned safely. Damn it! After drifting on the sea for so many days, I must find a beautiful woman to vent after getting off the ship. Hee hee, count me in." Although we didn't get any spoils of war this time, we defeated the Lincoln City Navy. From now on, the entire South will be ours. Yes, this is worth celebrating. Long live the pirates. For a moment, everyone on the deck was shouting excitedly. To them, every time they went out to sea, it was like playing hide-and-seek with the Grim Reaper. If they were not careful, they would die without a burial place. Therefore, the first thing they did when they reached the shore was to completely vent the fear in their hearts. And the objects of their venting were nothing more than women, wine, tobacco, and delicious food. After all, in this backward world full of supernatural forces, there were too many things that could kill the crew, such as scurvy, plagues, cholera, lack of water, lack of food, heat stroke, storms, sea monsters, bacterial infections, and so on. If one were to count them carefully, There were almost 100 of them. Francis, who had been a pirate for his entire life, was well aware of the desire of the sailors. He laughed and announced, "Guys, as a reward for your bravery, I announce that after we reach the shore, everyone will receive 5 gold coins." As soon as his voice fell, the deck of the flagship instantly boiled over. "Ha ha ha ha! This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Oh! Thank you for your generosity. Long live the great pirate King Francis." "Idiot! You should call him His Majesty the King. Long live the great pirate King Francis." "That's right. Long live His Majesty the King." The pirates had always been outspoken and daring. They could basically say anything. So after one person shouted His Majesty the King, everyone began to shout enthusiastically. Their voices were so loud that even the entire fleet could hear them clearly. Francis did not expect that his simple act of buying people's hearts would have such a great effect. His wrinkled, old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, and his mouth could not close. However, just as he was feeling complacent, a man in his 40s quietly approached him and said in a low voice, "Father, are you sure you want to give everyone 5 gold coins? That's a lot of money. What's more, we didn't even get any benefits in this sea battle. In addition, there are many damaged ships that need to be repaired." You don't understand, my dear son. Money is a good thing, but compared to power and status, it's nothing. Don't be too obsessed with wealth. As long as I can become the king, you'll have inexhaustible wealth in the future. Sometimes you don't even need to speak. Just a look, and people will offer you countless gold coins. As he said that, Francis reached out his right hand and patted the man's shoulder. He clearly knew that his son was used to the haggling style of the pirates, and his brain couldn't wrap itself around it for the time being. In fact, from the moment he defeated the Lincoln City Navy, Francis realized that he had to abandon his previous practice of only caring about gains and losses and consider the problem from the perspective of the overall situation. If there was no more money, he could snatch more. If there were no more women, he could find more. But if he lost his power, not only would he lose his money and women, but he would also lose his life and the lives of his family. Just like that, amidst the deafening shouts, the fleet slowly sailed into the dangerous waterways of the Sardinia. It did not take long before they successfully arrived at the bay near Valin Port. The soldier in charge of the lookout on the lighthouse immediately sent the news to the castle at the top of the city. After André saw it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said to everyone in the hall, "Dear friends, our main actor is about to appear. You'd better get into your positions quickly. I don't want anything to go wrong with this perfect play. Remember, no one is allowed to act rashly before receiving orders." "As you wish, my master." Eunice, who was in charge of the assassination, bowed slightly, raised the magic potion in her hand, and drank it in one gulp. In just a few seconds, she turned from a beautiful half-demon into a seemingly ordinary pirate. Other than the faint smell of sulfur on her body, there was no flaw left. Chapter 887. Even though Valin City was a natural deep-water port, it was impossible to dock over 100 ships at the same time. Therefore, apart from Pirate King Francis' ship, the Lion, which was slowly sailing towards the plank road, the rest of the ships dropped their anchors in the harbor and lowered their boats for the sailors to row towards the shore. They had no idea that the Grim Reaper was already in place at the docks, brandishing his scythe and waiting to reap their lives. Only Kent, who had been notified in advance, signaled to the captains that they were on standby. He had no intention of letting his crew ashore, and stood silently at the bow of the ship, ready to enjoy the show that was about to unfold. He was very clear that Francis was dead the moment he stepped onto the docks. With André's terrifying planning abilities, he could definitely let his enemy taste the joy of ascension. As someone who had personally experienced it, he would never forget how Uhtred had died. Even more so, he would never forget how the weapon master Sam, who looked down on him with disdain, had been killed so easily. Just like the saying went, brute force might be able to make people revere, but it couldn't make people tremble from the depths of their souls like wisdom. However, Francis clearly didn't know this, nor was he in the mood for it, because he was surrounded by hundreds of people as soon as he stepped onto the docks. Young and beautiful women carried baskets, scattering fragrant flower petals into the sky. Men were cheering loudly at the top of their lungs, as if it was a grand festival celebration. Normally, with the pirates' savage style, they would have drawn their knives and chased away any civilians who dared to approach them. But now, this scene just happened to scratch Francis' itch. After all, he felt that he was someone who was about to establish a kingdom and claim the title of king and should show mercy to his future subjects. Therefore, instead of ordering them to be chased away, he laughed heartily and had his subordinates carry out a chest of silver coins, scattering them into the crowd. He walked along the plank road filled with shaman flowers towards the city, proudly saying to his son beside him, "Look, even the civilians think that I have the right to establish a kingdom on these islands. Remember, child, from now on, you have to learn how to think from a political point of view and not haggle over every little coin like before. As long as we can ascend to the throne, the entire Sardinia Islands will be ours." "Yes, Father, I won't let you down." The man seemed to have been infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. King. So many dazzling words, especially for these pirates, who were defined as barbaric, ignorant, and cruel by the mainstream society of Orire. They were as unreachable as the clouds in the sky. But now, they were actually able to establish their own country, using the enormous fleet to make all the city-states in the Southern Sea region submit to the powerful military force. Who would dare to look down on them in the future? Call them stupid savages? No. If anyone dared to say those offensive words again, it would immediately bring disaster to the city he was in. When Francis was still immersed in the dream of power, wealth, and glory, a pirate in a white linen shirt suddenly appeared in front of him. He pushed the crowd aside and quickly came to Francis. He kneeled down on one knee and presented a delicate crown to Francis with both of his hands. "Great Pirate King, Francis, blessed by the gods, on behalf of all the people living on these islands, please allow me to present you with a crown." Without a doubt, this pirate was none other than Eunice, who was in the state of magical transformation. Although she looked unarmed and honest, and even had a fanatical expression on her face, under the disguise, she was a fully armed half-demon with murderous intent in her eyes. Even her impassioned words just now were prepared in advance. If it weren't for Andre's insistence that she act well, she would have already rushed into the crowd, pierced through the enemy with her sword, and then started a massacre, watering the king's blood sword in her hand with blood and death. Francis, who didn't know that his life was in the hands of the enemy, subconsciously turned his head and glanced at his trusted subordinates behind him, trying to find out from their faces who had planned such a wonderful political show. It was simply too much to his liking. He had to take good care of him in the future. But unfortunately, everyone was as shocked as him, and a few people even revealed envy and jealousy in their eyes. After all, that was a crown that symbolized the supreme royal power, and anyone with a little ambition would yearn for it from the bottom of their hearts. Finding that no one among his trusted subordinates was the mastermind of this political show, Francis immediately turned his attention to the young man kneeling in front of him. Out of his years of caution, he didn't immediately reach out to help the other party. Instead, he cleared his throat and asked, "Child, tell me, where did this crown come from? Why are you willing to give it to me?" "It's the will of the gods. Great King, I've been having a dream for the past few days. I dreamt that you commanded the fleet and personally destroyed the powerful Linton City Navy. My old enemy screamed and wailed in the flames. When I woke up, this crown appeared at my bedside. I think that the gods want to use my hand to crown you as king here and now. With that, Eunice deliberately raised the crown in her hand high, so that everyone around could see the pearls shining with white light. Gods above, this is the great will of the gods. Francis will be our king. A bodyguard, who had been hiding in the crowd, shouted out the lines he had prepared beforehand. Long live the great pirate King Francis. He says that he will lead the Sardinia to glory, to hell with the nobles of the continent. We will have our own kingdom. After the first shout, more and more people started to lose themselves in cheering. It was as if the entire Vallon City had become the loyal supporters of the pirates in a single night. Even the old fox Francis slowly lost himself in the countless flattering voices. He started to believe that his coronation was a blessing from the gods. But in reality, all of this was just a show. The so-called commoners around the docks were all gang members from the lower city or servants of the smugglers. Their goal was simple, and that was to make the pirates lower their guard as much as possible and create the conditions for the following fatal assassination. As expected, Francis finally let his guard down completely under the efforts of the actors and reached out to take the crown from Eunice's hands.